Okay. I'm gonna try not to spend a million years in Light World, but we'll see what happens. Because, let's be real, almost all your time save is gonna be in Dark World. And from what I've seen of you, your Light World tends to not be that bad. Although, like, I see 5 on the gold for Eastern. It's not great by any means. 615 gold in Desert's not great. I don't know how many of these have come down since then. But... oh, that's segment, not golds. Okay, I'm stupid. Never mind then, they're probably fine. I mean, do you want me to call out every nudge as well? Because you nudged. You nudged. And they're not like bad nudges by any means, but like nudges like a frame, right? Nudge. Honestly, south nudges aren't even that bad. Sometimes you get a boost so they don't even lose time. Okay, well, that one you walked too far, right? Ah. Like this. These are the kind of nudges that are bad, right? Because you're going too far. You're going past it. So you lose frames because you walk past it, and then you lose frames because you have to come back, right? So if you're gonna miss this one, miss early. Not that it's a huge deal, but... and then you don't pump the tree, that's fine. Although, what was... if you're gonna... if you're gonna stair drag cancel, you need to really not, like... mess up your movement to get it, right? This is just an act. This is you just pumping and then messing up. Okay. Nudge. Don't do this. Don't, like, pumping on the right wall here is barely worth it at all. Especially, you can tell right here you're already too far past it, right? So you come and then you come back to the right. It's bad. And then you also nudge the door. Because, like, what tends to happen in situations like this is you go, oh, I miss it and I need to come back and pump. And now you're focused on pumping. And you're, like, just barely behind on thinking, but I'm thinking how to get through the door. But you need to get through more cleanly. That's always going to be more important, getting through cleanly. And then I assume here you look at the guy and see it. So in this case, where you see it go up, right? I think you can see it. I can't really see it on this, so I don't know if it recorded properly. But if you see the guy going up, you should just pump to the wall. Like, commit to it. Don't do these little half pumps. Just go all the way. Or just, like, diagonal. Okay. So in this room, what you're looking for is on the very first set. I don't think you can see it here. At the very top of the screen, you should be able to see 1 pixel of the second guard shadow. I don't see it here, so I don't know if there's something going on with... did we miss the top frame of this capture, Yoho? Is that what happened when you recorded? Because I don't see it here. And I should. So, but it's like between the arrows and the key. Like, I don't see the shadow. I would check that you're not losing the top pixel of the capture. Because... let's switch over to... the audio properties. Just give me a second. You should be able to see the top pixel, the guard. So whoops. But I'm gonna hold select through this. If you look in between, like directly between the arrows and the key, right, you can see the shadow, right? So yeah, your capture is cut off by a pixel. So there's a shadow there that you're looking for whenever you enter this room. And when you look for it, whoops. So it's hard to tell, but what I'm mostly looking for is, does it go right or does it come down? Down is whatever, you can react to it. Right is the only time I won't pump to the wall, but here it went left. So I'm just gonna like come a little bit. Whatever, this guard is in the way. This is stupid. Just how the room is. But yeah, you always want to see that guard. You want the 1 pixel on this side. So we're missing 1 pixel on the capture here. But I think that's the only time where the 1 pixel is going to end up mattering. But yeah, that's what we're looking for here. So you should see the guard go up, in which case commit to pumping to the wall and just go fully right. I want to see your input. Okay, so something you can do here, make this a little bit easier on yourself. You're timing an up input out of this? Is that what you're doing? You're not just holding the button. Just hold up right, like in the transition. And then as long as you don't get a first frame slash, you're going to be fine. Just hold up right. And if you get a first frame slash, you'll slash to the left, or to the right rather, instead of up, which kind of sucks, but technically 3 slash is optimal. Technically. Yeah, just hold up right there. It'll make your life easier. And don't try to time an up input there, I don't think. It's gonna make your life hard. Okay, that's pretty good. Got no problems with that. Nudge the door. Nudge there. And once again, that's the bad kind of nudge, right? You went too far. You went above the door. So you're like 1 pixel too higher. And I agree with not adjusting on 1 pixel. But you lose time both ways. Okay, that's fine. Cancel be the on R. Good. You do pump a little bit there. That's cool. Not pumping that door. Good. Now, I'm not particularly good at the ball and chain fight. Just want to see what you do. Should boom this. Is this just a mistake? Okay. Yeah, just boom here. And even if you slash, you should boom again. Because what can happen here is the guard aggroes to the right, and he follows you all the way, and then re-aggroes in the middle of your ball and chain fight, and you got to deal with it, which is really bad, right? So just boom it again, right? Or slash it again. Do something. You really don't want to deal with this guard at all. Like this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Just, you got to deal with the guy. Yep. Okay. There we go. All right. Well, we know what we did wrong. That's fine. Question about how you approach Zelda here. Do you normally get like this, where you're aiming for the rightmost pixel of the chest that you can open and talk to Zelda early? Not that it really matters, it's just like frames. You're gonna lose slightly fewer idle frames if you open the chest first. But it's like 2 frames or something. Okay, open the chest first. It's a good goal. You probably save like 2 frames or something on average if you do it that way. That's a good approach. Nudged. Oh, actually, hold up. Okay. When you diagonal down left, down right away like that, you do have the chance for 1 extra anti-pump, basically. Because you anti-pump leaving and then you anti-pump as you come off the wall. But it's not that big a deal. Frame. So I kind of time a down right input there to line up with the edge of the wall. And that's good. And then I'm gonna do the same thing here. Yeah, like you have the potential for more anti-pumps when you do it like that. Also, you nudged. But it's not a big deal. Like 2 frames, right? But I do try to diagonal in the open to avoid like that. Yeah. You walked a little bit far here. You can... I think you can go up right here. Definitely right there. So like, yeah, you can see Link had to come back to the left. You're losing a little bit there. That's hard though. Definitely one of the hardest rooms in Escape. Visual cue for it. I look for the edge of Link's hat to be past the door, so here I'm looking for 1 more pixel. Like right, well, that probably works, yeah. And then of course when you're facing up, the ears are, you know what they look like. But just push that a little far. It's not a huge deal. Well, it's pretty significant. It was like 10 frames. Nudged. That nudge isn't that bad. Because it was one of the not losing time nudges. That was good. Walk past the door though. Okay. Here, this is hard to react to, but if you see the snake, just boom the snake. Trying to walk around both the snake and the bat is gonna make the bat kind of move in uncomfortable ways to deal with. Right? So just boom the snake and then the bat will behave normal. It's not a big deal. See, you get hit here. Every time you get hit, you're losing like 30 frames, right? That's pretty bad. And then you also slashed. So it's just kind of compounding. Something you can do is as you open this chest, switch to holding left. I don't like during the chest open animation, just switch to holding left. And then pump up instead of diagonal up left. Not a huge deal. Couple of frames. Alright. I think you had the right idea here, but you really do want to make sure you're on this. Right? You're in the water still. That's not good. If you overshoot the edge of this, that's fine. You just don't want to undershoot. Get out of the water. Alright, idea's good there. That was pretty solid. This... Okay, well, I think we know what we did wrong. Couple things I noticed, though, about this room. Are you at the correct height here? Like, if you get the rat coming to the right, are you going to be able to hit it from here? I think you might be, like, 1 pixel too high. That's something to keep an eye out for. So here... Y'all see. Just want to see, how long does it take you to diagonal? Okay, that's pretty good. What I would maybe consider doing here, because the bottom rat here has like a 50% chance to mess you up with where it's standing. If it goes up or if it goes left, it's gonna hit you. I'm pretty sure. So what you can do here is slash up like you do here, and then turn and boom down, right? You're gonna wait on the key either way. So it's good to just give yourself like that little bit of safety. Because yeah. And then you also boom too early. This is not gonna get the key. And this is, I think, you panicking. This boom is just gonna hit the wall and return to you. And the key still hasn't spawned. Well, the key is not even active until now, right? So you can see you're like 10 frames too early on the boom getting there. You had plenty of time to boom down or do something to deal with the other rat here first. And then don't. When the rats hit you, this is a hard decision to make real time, but like the rat's going up, make sure to slash here or just walk to the key, actually. Okay, that's good. Do you typically not slash there? Leaving that? Entering the last two rooms. Nice. Got rat frames. Good stuff. Yeah, out of the door. It's fine either way, as long as you can react to it. Good. I slash, but that's personal preference. As long as you can deal with it. Oh, whoops. Should have realized we're getting sank. Okay, that movement's good. Once again, okay, this is a couple times you've noticed this. Diagonal early, right? It just introduces the chance for more anti-pumps. Because you hit the wall. Same idea there. And then you walked a little far, but okay, good. Up Squally and Heart. Going over a PB. I take it you don't like pumping, so you don't pump there. That's fine. Question here. I see a couple of double pumps. Are we getting good double pumps here? Sometimes when my D-pad is not cooperative, I have better success pumping one rather than double pumping. So depending on the stiffness of my D-pad, I'll single pump all of this, and I'll have better results. Something you can do here, make sure to get, you have plenty of time before this activates, right? So you can move, you're like diagonaling into it, so it's going to stop your motion. You can actually be further right here, which is what you want to be. And yeah. I was like 6 frames still of you slashing before the Armos was active, which is not a big deal. But you could have been further right here. And instead of holding straight down, because of the little curve in the wall there, you should be holding down right here. You're going to save just a couple frames doing that. Don't hold straight down, hold down right. Slash. And you can see like you walked straight down, which gave you issues. Gave you issues. Was slower. That looked like a nudge because you were trying to pump. I do the same thing. Just try not to do it. Good. What are you holding out of the door here? You up into up left? That's fine. I personally hold up left out of this door, but this is fine. Okay, that's good. Now, I have a question for you. If you get Sankar and you get hit here, do you get this heart if you're on 3 hearts? Or do you always skip it? Or do you skip it? You get it? Okay. I think one of the advantages of Sankar is you don't have to... It is the fastest heart in the game, so nothing wrong with that. But, just saying. Sometimes you can skip it with 3 hearts and it's okay. There's probably 20 frames to save in this room. It's hard to like look at. This room is really tough, for sure. Honestly, pretty good. Like you rolled through down and then you rolled through up. It's impossible to get clean motion. There's still probably like 15-20 frames to save if you wanted to go to Strat Hub. Also, you nudged and check it out. But that room's hard. The way you're doing it's fine. Alright, that's good. What were you holding? Let's check. Yeah, this is something you could probably stand to do a little bit more of. Is buffer your inputs. I think if you hold down right, you're gonna face down. I'm pretty sure, right? Yeah. Then you don't have to worry about that. It's true. And you can see there's like 3 frames of holding down before you threw the pot. So it's just something, right? Just like small things. The game's hard enough as it is. I just try to buffer a lot of inputs. When did you switch to holding down? Okay. Just commit to holding down right here. Switching to down is gonna give you a chance at an anti-pump. So you could have anti-pump there, right? Just hold down right. It's 1 frame, but it's an easy frame. Okay. You could pump a little bit more in that room if you wanted to, but I guess the only other thing, you pick up this pot a little high. Maybe that's because of the skeleton here, but you were actually not going to hit the skeleton, I don't think. Maybe you have to go 1 pixel higher here, so maybe that's what you're thinking, but that was 7 frames of diagonal. That's way more than you needed. I'm gonna guess it's because of the skeleton, in which case it's fine. Okay. I also single pump here because my D-pad doesn't like giving me double pumps on up and down, so what works for you. Okay, so this is all good. I assume you don't miss this most of the time, but interesting. I don't know why that didn't work, actually. You were probably too far left, if I had to take a guess. The touch too far left. I am normally aiming for like the top right corner, which you're pretty close to here, but you're also a bit centered. I don't aim to be centered this much when I do it. But I couldn't tell you why that didn't work, actually. Sometimes you just don't get it right. Just hold up right here. Like cancel your pumping a little bit early. always cancel your pumping a little bit early to make sure you get the motion you want, right? So like you should be holding up right about here for sure. Make sure that you're walking around the corner the way you want. So you're like a frame or two late to do it. And then we're switching to right, which we're also really far below the door. So I'm not sure what was going on here. This could be just like tilt, right? From the anti-fairies, because I know how that feels. Okay, that's fine. I know there's something you can hold out of the door. I don't remember what. You might be able to hold straight down, but I don't personally like that very much. This is a classic. I look at this right here. I don't know which way I want to go. And because I literally always go left, I just tell myself I'm gonna go right eventually. But yeah, going right here, left here, or right, hard decision. And then you get kind of screwed. But I think the way you approached it was fine. This, yeah, I mean, if you want to menu there, you can. But I never need help to menu there. It's not that hard. Okay, so in this room, I've actually stopped doing the pod slides. So one thing, you want to diagonal a little bit earlier, right? Like cancel stair lag and immediately diagonal. This is a couple frames late. Here, you're picking up the pot touch far to the right. Not a huge deal, because we actually don't want to go too fast. But this pot slide, I think, is actually just happened. Okay, thanks, BLC. This pot slide, I think, is bad, because it just has the ability to make you go too fast in this room. You can... What I learned today in the weekly was that without pot slides, you can still get hit by the anti-fairy. So the only thing that pot slides are going to do is make it more likely. I don't like the pot slides here. And then, yeah, I probably did diagonal, which is like trying to maximize movement. This one, if you hold down left into the switch, you're always going to be 1 pixel below a clean lineup here. So be careful with this adjustment. You adjusted quite a lot. You had to come back down. But yeah, it's only like 1 pixel. So you don't even need to adjust. You can literally just hold left and you'll get like 801s. It's not a big deal. That was good. Nudge the door though. And this is a bad door to nudge. This is an auto door, right? This is a suction door. Don't nudge suction doors. Right? So you nudged it. Classic. I don't know what to tell you about ZGR. Like, I think basically everybody does the exact same thing here, which is they see this decision point. You're holding down left. You need to get a clean up or down. So I let go of the D-pad and then decide up or down. And by decide, I mean I press down 98% of the time. But the cleanup's good there. It's good. Something you could do, you have your sword out. You're like a half tile away from, this is like a full tile away from the door. You want to be a little bit closer to minimize walking speed with the sword out. And are we pumping here? Okay. Sword out pumping through doors is really fast. If you can do it, go for it. And then I think you could save probably 20 frames in this room. Yeah, this is like the way I do it. I know I'm losing 20 frames. I don't really care. It's really safe. So. And do you have any inclination to learn the pinkish strat here? And are we timing our arrows? We are not timing our arrow presses. Fix that. Just like deliberately press the button. Be very deliberate about where you press it. You can catch this pendant like here. I don't know how high up we came, but like, yeah, you are catching this really high. I see you adjusting back down, but you can be like 4 pixels over there. mean, Eastern is what you'd expect, just lots of small things. Think you know, right? That's too low. I'm glad you didn't, like, panic adjust right away here. That's good. You want to wait till at least you clear the Armos before you do that. And then, yeah. Okay, I mean, that's pretty good. And you can hold down left exiting Eastern. What it does for you is when you... So first of all, anti-pump chance when you're doing this, right? And you know that when you hold down left here, you're going to clear the edge the way you want, which is why you're holding it, right? So just hold down left the whole time. And you don't get the anti-pump chance. And I really don't mind not pumping, but don't do this. Just hold down left. Don't switch to holding down. Or were you holding just straight left? Yeah, I don't know. Something happened there. I guess D-pad mush. Just hold down left. That's a pretty good talk. You might be able to talk a little bit lower, but that's... Okay, look at this mashing. I'm glad you have this. This mashing with the 4 phase buttons is really good. This mashing is not with the LNR. Three buttons lit up on the same frame there. You're hitting 3 buttons, but it only counts as 1 input, right? Not like we need to be overly concerned with mashing, but try to alternate a little bit better there. I just hold down left out of this door too. Same reasoning as before. Or down right, rather. Couple of nudges, but the cardinal movement's good there. And that movement's pretty good. Let me check something. Okay, so I don't know if you just realized you were on the correct pixel here, but it's always smart to down right into this statue, regardless of how good you think your movement is, because then you'll be guaranteed to get the lineup. But yeah, pretty good screen. Did you not dash turn here? It's like one of the first dashes in the game. Dash turn. You gotta save a frame. Good screen. I think it's technically a frame faster to cancel with the down left instead of up left there, but it's not a big deal. You diagonal into it for the slope dash. I don't see a diagonal. I don't know about slope dashes here too much. I don't really have an issue. I always dash turn it though. Maybe you know more than I do. Possible. Like I said, I think it's a frame faster maybe to do down left instead of up left, but I do up left. I don't know why. It works for my hands, even though my brain knows it's wrong. Okay, do you not test your spin speeds here? Obviously, you're not looking at the input display, but something I've started doing with my spin speeds, which I don't know, it helps me a little bit, is I've been like very deliberately pressing A when I flick over it, or like I'm very deliberate about it, and then I always press B right after. So like right here, I'm pressing B again. And I press and hold it, because if you get the spin speed, nothing happens. And if you miss the spin speed, you'll just hold sword out, right? So, better. And then here... Yeah, I mean, technically, this all seems like we messed up the spin speed, so we didn't know what to do, which is fine. But generally speaking, it's not technically worth it if you're trying to minimize your time to go for the spin speed again. I always go for it again because I just want the practice, right? Runs are practice, so I want to get used to the movement. Library was good, I think. You're a little bit left here. You can be like 2 or 3 pixels further right, but no. Okay, yeah. Don't do this. You should be slashing like here at the earliest. Realistically, you don't have to slash until here, but yeah, we're doing a little bit of roasting, but you don't lose as much speed sword out on stairs, so you want sword out on stairs as much as possible, right? Sword out on grass, not good. So you're probably losing like 5 frames, 10 frames maybe even from the way you did this here. So get on the stairs, then slash, or get very near to the stairs. See, look how high you are when you release the spin speed, right? You go for the spin speed, and you have like a full tile of stair motion still left. Yeah, I don't wait to get all the way on the stairs. I don't think it's worth it, basically. But you do want to get further down. But yeah, you have almost like a full tile of stair motion still left here that you should be like maximizing with sword out. That movement was good. This screen, I suck at it. I don't know what's going on. If you have anything that works for you consistently for it, that's good. The way you approached it's fine. Don't. This is like, I can't ever decide if this is faster. You're holding up right here. I think it's slightly better to hold up and dash. But okay, obviously you want to start your dash a little bit sooner. I think it's a little bit better to hold up and dash than it is to hold diagonal. And then, was this intentional? Not a dash turn? That was not a dash turn. Make sure to dash turn there. I mean, it does depend, but in general, like on that screen, I hold up. You don't necessarily need to be aligned with the grid, but I think the way it pumps is also better. Yeah, since you're dashing up, it doesn't matter too much, but... Okay, only thing is here, sometimes you have to cancel this with a right input. You can see how close you are to this guy, right? So, yeah, if you're also walking, you definitely want a cardinal, but yeah, and then here, you're a little bit low because you cancel with diagonal down, which I don't really have a problem with. But you do want to prefer to nudge this bush because then you always get the good slope dash and it's noticeably faster than this. And also I think when you go low like this, I don't know if we get it here. But yeah, you're getting grass dashes, right? So you're losing even more time. So when you go low here, this is what happens. You get in the grass and you don't necessarily get a good slope dash. So nudging that bush is really good. Or if you're just getting the lineup is obviously perfect, but hard to do. And then if you want, you can pump here. Pump this if you want. I think it's slightly faster to carry this dash a little bit further. Even though, like... Basically, when you hit the middle of this slope, you don't always get a good slope dash. So... It's not as good. Like, if you get a bad slope dash here, it's just straight up slower than carrying the dash further. So I try to carry the dash to just barely miss the top of this, or like just barely touch it. But it's like, thanks VLC. There's only so much you can do. That's good. This dash is hard to stop, but yeah, hopefully you know this is a little high. Okay, good. And then yeah, I can't decide. Straight down, diagonal down there. That was a good cancel. Okay, we're menuing there. That's fine. And we're gonna walk here. Yeah, fine. Once again, also a couple things. I don't know if you know timings, but you really want like 245 iris close. You can get 252 is holy. 252 is obviously miss spin speed stuff adds up quickly. Okay, this is good. It's fine. Don't nudge there if you can help it. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you're just nudging a little bit, right? Just like off by like pixels. Okay, so this is a problem with this game in general. Trying to do things like one frame, like frame perfect, is super hard, right? And generally bad, in my opinion. You're gonna be like 1 pixel off grabbing this key, 2 pixels, I guess. So you're like 2 frames too early, and it's gonna cost you a good chunk of time here, right? The keys are, yeah, keys, because they're hitting the ground and stuff, they have different collision than other items, so you gotta be careful. But it's gonna cost you a lot to like go back and get, and then you get B-most, right? So just in general, try to do things like prefer to do things 1 frame slow as opposed to 1 frame, basically. Yeah, it's just VLC. Why did we switch to holding straight down? Is this just D-pad? Like, if you're gonna switch to anything, switch to right, so you can snap into the door. Oh, that's fine. After this up slash here, you want to diagonal a little bit sooner. And like you can buffer your input again here out of the sword slash, right? So you're like timing an up input out of the sword slash is bad. And you can also diagonal. Just gonna save just a little bit of time. Now the only reason to be holding up here is if you really want the rupee drop from this guy. But you've got 31 rupees. So you should just be holding up left. And the only time you desperately want the rupee drop from this guy is if you're at 0 and the blue's up, or if you're at like 0 to 10 or whatever and the red's up. Sometimes you can get the red from this guy, in which case it's always worth going back for. It'll cost like 40 frames, but you don't really want to hold straight up there. Without audio, I can't tell, but we handled that pretty well. Good, we're holding down out of it. All right, so this one, I have a tendency to walk about a tile lower here for this, which obviously clinking the cannonballs is good. That means you've timed it well, but we were just barely a touch too fast. I just walk a little bit lower because it's safer, but I assume that's not a thing that normally happens. I mean, you can pump there if you want. I don't. I don't pump there either. Good. Yeah, we're doing a PB review. And I was hoping not to spend too much time in Light World, but we're going a little bit. You can diagonal down left instead of canceling with down. And you can throw pots a touch faster. But generally speaking, it's the right idea. Okay, something I'm looking for is 405 glove opening. Yeah, touching the wall before entering a door is good. Unless you're like maximizing a diagonal or something. But that's kind of rare. Obviously you lost like 7 seconds on the overworld, but that means you still lost 4 seconds inside. You lost 1 second to cannonballs, but that means you lost 3 seconds to other things. Not good. That movement's fine. Yoho wants a 124. If he wants a 124, he's gonna have to clean it up a little. Okay, this is... I don't know why you stopped so high. This is really high. Do you see the... I wish my mouse would show up. I don't know. Oh, it does show up. See this right here? This is like where you want to be when you do the spin speed. So I'm looking for these ones on the side. These black lines on the side. For this. And yeah, you walk down a little bit more here, but you're still pretty high. And yeah, the rest of it's fine though. But you can always push blocks better. If you're going for the spin speed, I think you should use the menu to lamp early, but you can do Aries menu during the push because you can always push blocks better. It's impossible to get a good push. This was handled well. This was good. Oh, we're doing the new thing. Do you like this? I haven't looked at it much. We had a few nudges there, but idea was good. Just hold up. Just hold up left. Just hold up left. Yeah, the low dash is kind of new. Or old. I don't know. Whatever. If you hold up left here, Link's going to face up when you throw the pot, and then you can snap into the door. So here, you're making it hard on yourself by walking straight left and then doing it. You can probably light this torch from further away. Torches are hard to do. You can light it from like right here. Yeah, you're losing a ton of time on the torches. See, look how much further away you are on this torch, right? Like, that's a good lighting. But the first one was not good. But yeah, otherwise, it's fine. Just get a little bit closer to the torch. Or further from the torch when you light it. And then here... Okay, well, obviously, this is not going to be good. But you can get 513 desert torches. I mean, you can do better than that even, but... You menu during the fight. Okay, you went up too. Okay, that's pretty good first cycle. Okay, I don't like this second worm here. I actually don't like this first worm either. What you want to do here, when you're firing at this scenario... Okay, so the worms have 64 squares that they can spawn in, right? It's 8 by 8. And this is like the second highest location. So there's like 7 in 8 chance that this worm either goes horizontally or down from this point. So you're just standing still. You want to diagonal down just a touch between these shots. It's a little bit safer. It still would have hit. And then in this case, for this worm, you're just standing still. And I don't know if that's necessarily because you see the third worm there or not, but you probably also want to diagonal down here to chase it a little bit. In general, you want to move in between every shot. And are we mashing? Because if we're mashing, that's bad. Especially on this opening. Yeah, we're mashing. The opening is the same every time. You can always fire 2 left, 2 right. 2 down. But yeah, because you're mashing, it's really hard. I'm going to recommend timing your shots here. Because you want to shoot, move, shoot, move, shoot, move. Like that. It's always going to be a little bit better. I personally mash this with the face buttons. You also don't need to mash for any of this. I don't know why you're mashing here. Save your hands, dude. You don't need to mash until you see the text box come up. I mean, it was still a good fight, but it could be a little bit better. So, like, I wait, and then I mash the face buttons. Oh, this movement, totally fine. I don't care about this. Now, for this, I want to make sure. One problem with this movement is the good slope dash here is directly right, which is good, but you also want to be perfectly aligned with the grid. If you're holding right and on the grid, you'll always get the good slope dash. So the only problem with this movement, you don't nudge the skeleton. You don't nudge this guy right here. So you're not necessarily aligned with the grid. But still, you got the good slope dash. So I'm just saying that's how you get it. And then didn't dash turn there. Up on the... I'm assuming this is just a mistake. But cancel this with straight right. And this is like panic. This is like 20 frames before you start another dash. Yeah, there are good and bad slope dashes. But being high here is fine. I would rather you nudge this and get on the grid than get a grass dash through here. So, personal preference. I don't know if that's good. I just hold down right there. Are we looking at this guy? Whenever I'm on this screen, I'm literally just watching the right side of the screen. Like, I'm not paying attention to Link at all. So, like, I'm literally looking at right here. And it's hard to recognize. But you do see the pickle come down, right? So if you see this pickle move down at all, you have to cancel down. And then when you do cancel down, make sure to go all the way to the wall. That's classic too. Whoops. I mean, we aligned with the wall here, but here, same idea. I'm looking at the right side of the screen, right? And as soon as I see that pickle walk down, I'm canceling this dash. But I'm going to cancel it like... I'm going to wait for the slope dash. I'm going to try to cancel it about here. Is what I'm looking for. Now with 17 arrows, just arrow the pickle. If you got like 11 or something, I'd probably walk around. But 17, just arrow this guy. Yeah, just arrow. Gonna be a little bit easier. You don't have to adjust your movement as much. This swim is basically impossible, but it's not bad. Yeah, you might be switching to up left early. And then out here. This is fine. You canceled this a little early. You can carry it like another tile up, another couple frames, and then walk right. And the reason why you want to cancel it late is because if you see the pickle in kind of an ambiguous situation, you can hold off on the decision of walking above or below by another couple frames, which is valuable to me at least. Did we diagonal into this dash? Doesn't look like it. This one we dash turned. Diagonal upright into this dash, and you'll get the good slope dash. And based off your controls, it looked like you tried to. Once again, buffer inputs here. Just hold right or upright while you're holding this rock. We're taking forever to decide what to do. And then we're just standing there. Alright, we got some nudges here. You can pump this. I pump this. But Kostler looked at me when we did one mind, and he was like, you pump way more than you need to. I was like, sure. Thanks, VLC. But yeah, you can pump that if you want. It seems like a D-pad issue that you let go of it. Yeah, you're mashing L and R at the same time. Alright, you walked a little bit far here, right? Once again, try not to walk too far. Something I do, I just hold down right out of this. I don't like down into down right. I think the way you approach this was fine. I might actually slash just a touch earlier. You don't move slower with the old man when you have sword out. So it's okay. You can slash early. It's not a big deal. So like I might slash here just in case the dead rock starts coming up. Or just a touch earlier. But yeah, the old man makes you move really slow. So you can always slash early. Okay. I mean, good idea to walk here. This boulder. Yeah, that's stupid. I think you approach this fine. If you play it much safer, then the other boulder is gonna hit you. This is fine. And it's stupid. Wow, these boulders are very rude. I don't really have a problem with this, except when you spin speed, right? Press the button again, figure out if you got it or not. One thing, you did walk way deep into these stairs. It's activated here. If you press straight up, it's activated there. That's like 10 frames that you walked down that you didn't have to. And then you did it again. I understand the boulders here make it awful, but yeah. Walking a little bit more than you need to. But this is good. Yeah, this sucks. What you can do is you're holding right here. I personally upright here. I don't like holding right into the slope. And then I aim. This is really cool. What I'm aiming for is if I'm doing the room well, I'm gonna upright into this right here. Or else you get caught on this sometimes, like you did here. But right idea. I think you approach the screen correctly. It just sucks sometimes, right? Is this a quick warp? No. So using the menu and not getting the quick warp. Just gotta learn the pixels again, right? You were one right, one to the right. Okay, so something you can do in this room, you want to aim to grab the key right here, like with Link's foot right here. So you're gonna grab this key way further right than you need to, but I wish VLC would not artifact like that. It'd be really cool. Like here, you're far enough right to grab this key. You don't need to go any further right. And you went a little bit further right. So just something to bear in mind. You can definitely save some frames there. You're doing that without the menu. That's fine. The problem with doing it without the menu, I'm assuming you're saving it for later, is when you cancel it here, which is what you have to do to play it safe. If you menu, you can cancel it up here. And in this particular instance, on this particular RNG, you can actually just hold up left and walk past it. So you don't have to slash at all. But I'm assuming you're saving it for a bit later. I thought he did hold upright. That's what I do. Which just is actually a bit slower, but you'll never grab the edge here. Oh no, you didn't, Yoho. You gotta buffer your inputs, man. Here, switch to upright. Switch to upright. You're waiting. I don't see why we're waiting to press buttons here. And then we're going right into up. That's the thing, is that you're never going to get like a... Well, I say never. You're probably not going to get a clean diagonal most of the time, right? Buffer your diagonals when you have the opportunity. Yeah, I prefer the menu there, because sometimes you get to walk by the mini Moldorm. It's hard to make that decision if you don't have the menu, right? It gives you the extra time to think about it. You're going to do pod spin speed here, and that's fine. But bear in mind that when you throw this, you're super far away from the door. Right? Which I guess doesn't matter too much. But if you don't do pod spin speed, you'll end up a little bit closer to the door, and you'll maybe save it. But I know you're never gonna change that, so it's fine. Just hold up right here. First of all, we're not holding anything to the transition. Buffer your inputs. Just hold up right. No reason not to. But the idea is good there. Okay, this menu, I don't know if you like it, but if you're gonna do it, do it to help you light the torches. It's not doing anything for you here, right? Not that menus need to do something for you, but right here, it's not doing anything for you. Just want to let you know. And, okay, so you do them like this. You can light this torch now. Alright, that's not too bad. Are we lamp dashing here, or are we intelligent and not? That looks like a lamp dash. I lamp dash, but it's stupid. It's stupid to lamp dash. It saves like 3 frames. It's like not worth it all. You can pump there if you want. Don't nudge the door. Okay, so you don't need to walk down to pick up this bomb, right? You're going to be aligned with the bot here. Just like let go of the D-pad. You walk down for 8 frames. That's a lot of frames to walk down. Now you got to walk back up. And yeah, you're waiting on the bomb anyway, but a lot of frames to walk down. If you hold diagonal up left here, you will always align perfectly with the door. So just hold up left through this, which you're not doing. And you can see we're 1 pixel away, or maybe that's aligned. But if you hold up left there, you're always aligned with the door. And then when it opens, you can let go of left and just hold. This, I don't know what's going on. Sometimes you get good, don't nudge, but sometimes you get good around the corner, like you did there, and sometimes you don't. I don't know why. I think it's just pump luck. Alright. Totally fine. I like to save the menu a little bit later, but it's fine. What is this? Why did we walk to the left here? You're just gonna be waiting on the spark. You just want to hold up. Wait on the spark further right, because then you can get to the chest sooner. Nice chest turn. Something here is, if this is a really good end of the dungeon, it's 61 seconds from when you open this chest. So theoretically, this could 533. And then I don't really have a problem with that diagonal, but you're awfully close to this pit here. And pit dashing is dumb, right? So keep that in mind. Also, did you not, now that Doom says that, did you not cancel stair lag here? You're just like, you don't lose anything necessarily if you get like frame perfect dash here. But I hold left out of this door. You can also hold diagonal. You want to do something here. Holding straight down generally doesn't actually move Link. Okay? When you get stair drag or stair lag. So holding straight down, not ideal. Theoretically, this go like 533 or 534, something like that. You want to carry this dash a touch further because when he goes right like this, you'd kill it with the dash, and then it's not a big deal. And then, okay, so I'm guessing this is you trying to not get hit because of the health situation, and also move around the rail. But you're like a full tile away, right? There's nothing to be scared of right here. And even when you poke this guy, you're still like a half tile away, right? You can still come up a little bit. And I understand not wanting to, but you don't need to come back down. And then get the heart and wait. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. You're maybe a touch far right here, further than you need to be. But and then I'm looking for like 438 enters a lot of the time. Same idea here with this one. Don't hold down because it doesn't move you. You can see Link like doesn't move. Hold left or diagonal down left or something. Generally. Dashing is fine. Don't north dash in this fight. What you should do here... Okay, Moldorm has set patterns when you walk into the room. And this is one you'll see a lot if you practice it. Moldorm is going to come straight down at you. Anytime you see one of these patterns, walk around Moldorm and slash the tail. So, like, you have the opportunity here to walk straight up and slash to the right, which is what you should do. Because right now you'd be about here. And then, so like, you're walking up and you're like here. It's not even going to be any slower. In fact, it's probably a little bit faster to walk up and slash. But you also don't get frame rolled. Here you have an extremely good chance to get frame rolled. Okay, this is like you being unable to decide if you want to follow Moldorm or not. In this case, in my opinion, when Moldorm is close to either the edge or the wall like this, what you want to do is face Moldorm and just hold your sword out. And maybe you want to be further away because you don't want to poke Moldorm. But you want to... Like, you can start a dash right about now and get a good timing on the hit here. Yeah, pit dashing is not bad. Like, get close to the edge and then dash into Moldorm here. We're kind of waiting. And this hit connects, but is very close to not. Like, we're lucky the game prioritizes the tail. But you're like one frame away from hitting Moldorm and getting pushed away. This is kind of dangerous. And then same idea, you can't decide here, is what it looks like to me, what to do. But I think that's fine. One thing maybe to work on is recognizing when Moldorm's going to charge you or not, right? Moldorm has... Somebody have... I don't know what it is. I don't know if there's a command for it or not. But... the pattern, the phases, you should recognize when Moldorm's going to walk straight at you, right? Like, that's the one you need to do. So it's like right at the top. Recognizing when he's going to face Link and charge you is going to make your life a lot easier, because then you know when you can dash through him safely or when you need to bait, like walking around him or whatever. So it looks here like we're not super comfortable with that. That's something to work on. And then the dash was just a little high, but it's fine. Last phase here, pretty much always want to dash through, so this is fine. I don't really have a problem with... Because you're dashing through Moldorm, though, don't try to creep close. You start coming left, which is not good, in my opinion. You want to stay a little bit further away because Moldorm is so fast, right? It's not a bad thing if Moldorm charges you and pushes you into the pit like this, right? You can just hold left, and if Moldorm's charging you, you'll get the tail. So it's not a big deal, right? Let Moldorm charge you. This is kind of what I'm waiting for. And then that looked like an aggressive dash because you felt like you were losing time. But I would say definitely practice the Moldorm fight. Because it looks like we can't quite decide when we want to chase the tail and when we want to dash through it. And so it's like not... You're making the fight harder than it needs to. Basically. Okay, the same idea here with the stairs. It's right here. Just walk down to here. You don't need to like tap your way down. Just walk down to like here. Or it's actually right here. The last two are what you can't be on. You want to be above the last two when you spin speed. And you also don't have to stop at all. And you also just want to hold down left. Right? Just hold down left out of these stairs. You do want to get really low here, because if the dead rock stops... Okay, well... I mean, the spot where you released the spin was fine, but you took a while to do it. The dead rock stops right here, which is not uncommon, right? You're not going to get it with the spin unless you're really low, and you want to make sure to get it with the spin. So you always want to be low on these stairs, and you want to hold down left out of them. And that's easier than switching. Just switch to down right here. which you, or down left, sorry, which you are doing, but you really do want to run along the edge of this slope right here. And then you'll hit it right here, and you'll always leap off. I'll have this happen. Thanks, VLC. Yeah, I think this happens to everybody. Just make sure to cancel down left a little bit early. Once again, doing things in one direction is always way better than the other. In this case, failing early is better than failing late. So fail a little bit early here. Get it. And then just when you're facing down on these stairs, try not to face down on this ledge because it doesn't like to quick hop. I actually don't know much about these slope dashes. I don't know how to get consistently good ones. You could stand to maximize your dashes a bit more here. You can take that 2 full tiles further. This one, you want to get close to the pits here, as close as you can. You're a little high, not a huge deal, but you're kind of far away. You want to start this dash as far right as possible. So, not the end of the world, but just keep that in mind. That pause is super early. That looks like me pausing this. I'm sure we're counting, right? But yeah, you like preemptively did this. Okay, we canceled down left, that's good. Dashed out, that's good. Hold down left out of this. So you don't spend 3 frames walking into the wall. Just hold down left. And then switch to left. And then always keep track of your rupees. Are we getting 3 to skip a red? I honestly don't even think it's worth it. We're doing pickle shot because we're crazy. That was a good read on the pickle. Oh, oops, I meant to check. Did we nudge the bush here? Excellent. Great. Yeah, I'm going to highlight it for sure. I want to see how you cancel this dash. You do want to make sure to cancel these dashes with cardinals, because canceling them with diagonals can mess you up a little bit. So this is pretty good stuff. I think you know you want to be on the right pixels and all that stuff. All right, peace. Hope you have a good one. That's a pretty good sword grab. That's a pretty good sword grab. You could be a touch further right, but it's pretty good. You canceled that a little early, not a big deal. And you didn't nudge. Awesome. Okay, good. Hold down, switch to down right. That's good stuff. Switch to down. Okay. I like the slash there. You lose the arrows, right? I think Louis knows the setup for just dashing here. I don't know it myself, so I can't tell you. But if you're concerned about losing the arrows, which you shouldn't be with 16, then keep that in mind. Okay, all these are like the right movement. Pull this further right. You want to be here. You're like 4 pixels. 4 pixels too far left. And if you're this far left, what's going to end up happening? Oh, yeah, you're getting 3. Never mind. If you're getting 3, pull it from like here, right? Yeah. I think it's okay to just always get 4 here. Like, you save like 40 frames or something getting 3. But unless you've practiced it, it's so hard to kind of remember in the moment. But yeah, try to pull this like right here. If you're pulling from the right and from the left, you want to pull it right here. And thanks, VLC. I don't really know the movement to get 3 very well. Stop this dash. Hold down left through this, down right, down left, whatever you want, through this transition. Don't have your sword out here. This is a mosaic. You're going to lose 20 frames. And it's actually super noticeable once you get used to it. Always kill this guard. You want to go 1 pixel further right here. You're going to miss this guard, which is fine. Except for when you get the like 1 in 32 RNG or something, where you get insta-turned and you get owned. And then you're losing 10 seconds on this split. Always kill that guard. Yeah, this movement's pretty solid. Did we not dash turn here? That doesn't look like a dash turn to me. Something else we could work on here. Dash turning a bit. You don't need to diagonal into this slope. You like always get a good slope dash here. Not a big deal. That's fine. I think that's the second or third time we've messed up. Okay, so for this door, I don't wiggle on the stairs. I just hold upright until I'm aligned. And yeah, you're gonna get, well, so what I do first here is I make sure to nudge this so that I spend less time on the stairs. Or I spend more time on the stairs diagonaling. When you come low like this, you're gonna hit the stairs too far right. And wiggling on the stairs makes you more likely to miss a good enter into the door. So, like here, you probably just want to stop and just hold up, right? And we're going to wiggle a bit here, which there's nothing really wrong with that. It makes your stair movement faster, but now we've unaligned ourselves with the door. And we're going to lose a bunch of time. 3 frames or something. Movement's fine, just don't nudge. One thing you can do to save like 3 frames is switch to holding down right here instead of down right. Keeps you aligned with the grid. And you also maximize the dash, right? So then you don't have to adjust into the door. I'm sure there's 20 frames to save here. I'm sure of it. You moved to the left here, right? Move to the left like 1 pixel, which I think if you're gonna move any direction, move right, because that's the direction you want to be going. Yeah, 1 pixel to the left. But it's a fine approach. And you... Oh yeah, don't move up here. You want to move down. If you're moving any direction, it's down and to the right, because that's where you're ending up next. You don't need to move up, no. In fact, you don't want to, because when you move up, like, the guard is different. Okay, this RNG is hard to deal with. When one of them aggroes quickly like this, I think that's good, the way you did this. This is not a good way to normally approach the room. So if you see the guard get a fast aggro like this is fine. If you don't, you want to diagonal down right here. And yeah, you walked a little bit forward. That lineup's pretty tough. But you do not need to do this. In fact, don't do this. You switch to left. I don't know if that's bad D-pad or what. But just hold down left. And if you're actually going to switch a direction, what you want to do is switch to holding down. You snap into the door here. And because you lost like 2 frames, you got hit. It's that simple. You don't really want to lose any time there. Not dashing here, I haven't decided if I like it or not. Don't nudge. If you're not dashing, you should nudge less. Basically is what it boils down to. But I think not dashing there is fine. That's okay. Do you like that dash? One thing you'll notice here, you came a little bit past the door. That's because you're holding right out of the dash or into the room. Personally, I walk here. Walking is 3 frames slower than doing this optimally. Walk is free. We can go over the walk if you haven't looked at it or if you want to talk about it. Touch the door. And then here, I don't know if you're not like prepared. Make sure to diagonal around this corner. Okay, that's good. And Like, as soon as you see this guard, you need to be making a decision. In this case, I gotta actually play it back. See what I would do here. Oh yeah, you can just walk around that RNG. It's not an issue. Without beam, slashing is fine, but you could have walked around here. And then walk up, that's good. But yeah, so there's some RNGs you can walk around. You're getting the key dash. Excellent. You can line up a little bit better, but good approach. Don't hold right here. You should be diagonaling down. Our goal, like when you arrow down right here, right, is to be here, like as you're firing the second arrow, so that you can dash immediately, right? So we're gonna have to wait here a little bit, I think. Yeah, we messed up a little bit because of the timing. And you also want the arrow to be closer. You want the arrow to spend less time in the air so that you can fire the next one faster, right? Yeah, you just fired a little bit early, but the idea was good. Here you're gonna boom this, right? I don't know too much about this strat. This is totally fine. Keep in mind that when you don't arrow there, you're losing like 40 frames. That was good. Do you normally have issues with Circle of Boss? Is there anything we need to go over there? That was pretty good. Dash there's fine. Saves like 3 frames. One thing you can do is cancel this with just up. This is a pit dash. You can cancel this with just up, which you're gonna nudge if you do that, but here you nudged with upright, and this is a nudge where it's better to, like when you upright, you're gonna have walk past the stairs. So it's a little bit slower. You can cancel it with up and then tap right if you want to adjust a little bit. That's a good spot to start the dash. I think it's a 1 pixel nudge, but pretty good. Yeah, it's a 1 pixel nudge. Those aren't bad at all. I can't imagine we have any problems with it. We're mostly hitting him back to the center. Okay, fine. I don't care. Mashing, mashing, mashing. Whoa, okay. Here, once again, buffer your inputs. There's no reason not to be holding down, right? I understand it's really hard to get a frame perfect A press, but there's no reason not to be holding down. You don't need to do the wiggle, but if you want to. It's fine. Personally, what I do when I see this guy throwing to the right is I actually cancel my dash a little bit lower. So here, if he throws to the right again, you could run into the issue of needing to cancel your dash or get hit by the bomb. So what I'll do is I'll actually start my dash like right about here. And then it doesn't matter what the Inox does. You'll never get hit by the bomb. You'll never have to worry about anything. It loses a little bit of time. But there's a 1 in 4 chance he throws to the right here, in which case it could get messed up once he throws to the right. So, and the absolute worst thing, sometimes you can start a dash here and still miss the bomb explosion if he throws a second one to the right. But if you get the 1 in 16 where he throws 3 bombs to the right, then you're in an issue, right? Like you absolutely have to stop the dash. So I personally tend to go a little bit low here when I see bomb throwing to the right. And then dash turn, yo, you're losing, you've lost like 10 to 15 frames already from dash turns. That, I imagine you just missed the A button, and now you're going to get chased the whole time. Boom. Right? In this case, you know it's going to be 2 slashes, and you also know that you could get beam over right here. Just boom. I think you can boom this guy, right? Of course, the correct thing to do is also just not miss the dash in the first place, but... I think this movement is going to give you anti-pumps. I hold down right through here. I just continue to hold down right this whole time. Like once I clear this, once I'm on the wall. And then, at least I think I just hold down right. And then you're looking to maximize your dash. So you can see like the outline of the canopy here. And once Link is aligned with this, just hold straight down. Which we do. Okay, cool. Well, okay. Then we held down right. Like, once you're here, you're going to just hold down to here. You can see the canopy, right? You can just dash right. So, there's no reason to keep going right here. And we're not going to maximize our dash. And then once again, this is a dash turn, right? So you walk down to here and you dash turn to the right. Instead of diagonaling down right into the dash. Then we've also walked... Oh yeah, hold up. How do I think you went a little low. Maybe I'm going insane. Maybe I need to actually do this. But I think there's a couple of anti-pumps you can save there. This is fine. This is fine. You're a little low here. You want to be aligned with the top of this. You've lost 5 frames or something. Same idea. You want to be aligned with the bottom of this, or the top of this rather, when you're up against it. And then I don't like the menu here, but I know some people like the menu. Do what you want there. Not a great Kiki skip, Kiki dash, but what are you gonna do? Pumping there's good. I pump that door. You don't have to. It saves like what, 1 frame. Just hold left out of this door. What you're trying to do is you're trying to clear this skull without nudging it. Is what you want to do. So holding up left is going to take longer to do that. And then you're going to start your dash just a little bit. It doesn't maximize the dash. And then cancel with a right. Okay, good. Pick it up. That's fine. Yeah, like... So one thing is you are a little bit low. The amount of time you took to throw that and then start your dash. It's tough to do fast. I don't think I do it very fast either, but that's something to keep in mind. You can pump these if you'd like. Don't walk past the center of the door. That's really bad. This was a touch slow. Just slash twice. I mean, it doesn't lose much time, but like... You also took a second to quick hop off the edge there. A couple of frames. This screen, you definitely want to be opening the chest before the skeleton touches down. Like 100% of the time. You really want to be mirroring out before the skeleton touches down. But that's hard to do. So that tells me we've done something wrong here. You can buffer inputs here. Just hold up right, up left, excuse me. We're like waiting to do it. I don't think we lost any frames to it, but maybe we did. Lost 1 or 2. One thing here, since we're trying to maximize going to the left, ultimately, right, our goal is to get to the chest. You don't need to pick up this skull from the right. So you're gonna pick it up a little far right here. And then you're also going to nudge the block here when you walk up into the switch. So you want to be a little bit further left here. Yeah, and like this... You probably want to diagonal up left into this as well. Like, whoop. But... Okay, we're holding straight up. Just losing us time. Took a little while to throw the skull. It's hard to throw them fast, but you can throw that a bit sooner. And then 3 frames after you touch the switch, you're going over to it. That's totally fine. It's hard to maximize these things. What is going on with the input display? The way you've approached after it, though, is pretty good. You're a little bit low. You're aiming to be on this line right here. Or, like, just here. You're below this whole tile right here. You can see it's, like, one tile to the edge of this. So you're going to have to walk back up into the chest. So, save a little bit there. Just, like, 2 pixels or something. The walk right here is pretty good. One thing you don't want to do, you don't want to slide here. Sliding is going to lose like a handful of frames. Like you would be dropping here. You lost 4 frames because you slid down. So try to stand just a touch lower and you're not going to get hit by the bomb. Right? So it's not a big deal. That's not a huge deal here, Doom, because we're still limited by the bomb being placed. Ideally, though, you do want to place it a touch earlier. I always place it here, but I dash left because I'm bad. You could probably be placing it already. And yeah, you can wait until you're, like, actually pretty far left here. Then when we place the bomb, you can pick it up from, like, right here. You can walk, like, almost a full tile before picking it up. And then the throw is... If it's anything, it's, like, a pixel too high. The throw's good, but try not to slide there. That's going to lose a little bit of time. And then I know we had shenanigans in the overworld. Are we buffering inputs? Just hold up. Okay, good. Fine. Totally fine. Just don't nudge right. Here, just hold down right. Cancel stair lag. Hold down right. Don't switch to down because you still need to come down right. And you're like introducing more anti-pump chances, basically. It's also technically 1 frame faster to go to the left. Who cares? I always go right because of other categories. And then you can open the chest. With the center of link here, you're like 3 pixels too far to the left. See, that door was better because you didn't walk past it. I mean, you didn't get a perfect lineup, but you didn't walk past it. That's always going to be preferred. Yeah, that's fine. Try not to nudge there. What helps is staying on the grid, which is a little hard to do. The only way to really do it is to tap down here, which is not smart. If you like, you can also cancel this second dash with an up left. But that's kind of weird, I'm gonna be honest. But technically that's gonna be like slightly better. 1 frame maybe. Yeah, once again, you open the chest a little far left, but that's not the end of the world. The nudge there is fine. Try not to cancel this too early. You can like cancel it here, right? And then immediately start a dash. So just a couple frames there. Single bomb's fine. Walking on the edge. That's good. I'm gonna assume this isn't perfect, but okay, pretty good. Alright, that's pretty good. Chest turn for the memes. Appreciate it. I think this whole screen was pretty good. You can be a little bit, you want to be aligned with the rail here. You're a little bit past it, right? You're diagonal down left. Nothing wrong with that. It's like 2 frames or so. You're gonna lose. But that one's good. And then you want to open the chest as far left. That's pretty good. Hard to do with a dash. That's pretty good. Great door. Good room. one thing I do is I can't remember every berry RNG here, so I actually canceled his dash a little bit further right. If I see it here, I really don't want to lose another heart, right? Every additional heart you lose is like a full second. So if you're comfortable with this, of course, you're good, but I always tend to cancel this a little bit further right. And then did we cancel this with what? Up left. The one thing here is, since you're going to be canceling with up left anyway, you probably want to hold up through this dash, so it's not as difficult, right? Like you let go of up here, which, I mean, we get lazy sometimes. There's no reason, like we don't desperately need to, but it'll make your life a little bit easier because then all you have to do is tap left here, right, instead of hitting both. I personally pump there. If you save time with that, that's fine. Go for it. We walked a little far out of the door here. Nothing terrible, though. That's okay. Just a touch far. That's good. We didn't hold up. Excellent. How sexy is this going to be? Not very. Okay. You really want to come out to, like, here before you start diagonaling into it. You want to be pretty far left before you diagonal back into it. This is pretty tough, but yeah, not up here. You want to be like halfway on it, and so you want to be like when you start it. But the diagonals are good. They're all good. This is the strat I use. You do not need to beam for a slash here. Just fire an arrow. And you'll save 20 frames. Now, do you know about getting the arrow drop here? You know that, like, you just tap down, like, right here, and you'll still get sucked through the door, but you'll get the drop. Do you know about that? Okay, cool. Alright, yeah, this is fine. I'm looking, you see this horizontal line is what I'm looking for. I don't want to be above that. I don't even really want to be aligned with it. I want to be below this horizontal line when I walk to the right here. I don't know if you're memeing or what. I don't know that this actually saves any time. Fricker, thanks for the host. I guess it saves like a frame in human error or something, a couple frames. Whoa. I got no problem with you holding down left here, and this is good that you're off the pegs. But you really do want to, like, same idea, snap into the door, right? Hold left, snap into the door or something. Definitely don't wait to open the door. Don't come all the way down like that. Awesome. Good dash. Yeah, you are a little far left. Good point, Doom. What I do is I kind of just like walk up on this right here and then beam. I'm like maybe a little bit, I love VLC player. I'm like maybe a little bit past the halfway mark, but I'm not off the tile. But yeah, you can, that'll let you beam just a touch sooner. You'll be mined a little bit better. Something that works for me, which I'm sure you've looked at, is tapping left here, down left, when you go for this hammer. It kind of lines you up a little bit better to hammer both of these guys, which we miss here. And I think it works a little bit better in dealing with the RNGs of the turtles. Now, it doesn't matter too much because you got the spin here, but it's just something to keep in mind. Otherwise, that looks pretty good. Okay, I like the walk and pump. Do you know your key dash cues here? At all? No. Terrible at the key dash. Okay, so this is not a key dash. One of the key dashes, the only one I recognize immediately, is the bottom of Link's shadow aligned with any of these black horizontal lines is a key dash. So this is not. This is right here. So this would be the key dash. And then he had it. 1 pixel too high. I mean, 1 frame, right? The other one I don't recognize. Like I can't recognize it in the moment, and I barely recognize it even not in the moment. But it's obviously 4 pixels off of that, right? So I think it's when the top of the cone here is aligned with the shadows. So 1 pixel above this. Like that. Which is pretty tough to do. Like, you can't have your visual cues be at Link and at the top of the cone, because you can't look at both of those at the same time. So just pick one and get used to it. But yeah, it's a little bit... You don't need it, right? But those are your visual cues, I think, for it. And then one thing you can do here, since your sword's going to get charged right away, this is not a suction door. You can get pretty deep in this door before you need to slash. 1 pixel of dark. Okay. So, this is not too bad. You're a little bit in the door here. But you can get pretty deep in the door before you need to slash. Like, you can do it like right here. And then we're doing spin speed. Yeah. Okay. I don't like it. But that's because I miss spin speeds. Okay, that's handled pretty well. I like being aggressive here. You've got 7 hearts, right? You can take some hits. You haven't got taken any damage. You're going to lose 20 frames to the refill, but you're going to lose seconds to not being aggressive here, right? So that's pretty good. If you get hit early on, you probably need to be less aggressive, but I did like that there. That was good. Oh, this is not a good catch. Hold up. So you're at the top of the screen, right? I'm sure you know the cues. You want the shadow aligned with like Link's eyes. Make a mustache, right? You are way too low here. Typically, it's between this horizontal line and this horizontal line is what I'm kind of looking for immediately, and then I adjust based off the crystal here. So, so yeah, this is probably not going to be a good catch. But that was a pretty good fight, Yoho. It's not terrible. This gap's pretty good, but it could have been a bit better. $613 is not bad at all. If you're gunning for 124, you probably want to be able to get like 610s occasionally, right? Maybe a little bit better. But 613 is pretty good. Okay, so one thing here, you don't want to walk straight down because you're not dashing, right? So whenever you're not dashing diagonal, whenever you are dashing cardinal, it's okay to diagonal into this wall. That's not an issue, unless you're doing what I mentioned before, which is don't diagonal early because of the anti-pump issue. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, it's totally okay because it's easy to just like hold left here, which is what I do. And then once I clear like right about here, I just start holding down. And so I diagonal this whole thing facing left. It's not a big deal. And yeah, just like you did right there. Just like that. I think it does lose a couple of frames, but that's okay, right? Not a big deal. Same idea here. I don't switch to up personally, even though it does give you a pump. Like it's like a guaranteed pump basically. But I just find it more difficult. And a lot of times you're trying to make the game easier, right? Not harder. Did you pump that? I don't pump this. I used to. I don't pump it anymore because I find it gives me bad movement. Okay, you didn't pump it. That's fine. Did you cancel this with down? Okay, good. It's canceled with. The last one here, you definitely want to cancel with diagonal, which you did. All the others probably cardinal. That's good. So the only thing is here, if you get a 1 pixel nudge, you're really not going to lose any time over a no pixel nudge because it manips the bird more safely. So here you can cancel the dash on this frame if you nudge. This frame, which is the optimal frame right here, this is the one you want to cancel on. This one as well. Like you have like a 5 or 6 frame window that you can safely cancel with a 1 pixel nudge. When you don't nudge here, it's only like this one and the one above it that are like totally safe all the time. So it's just a little bit careful. And you also need to make sure to start your dash soon. So this isn't bad. It's like at 3 frames before you start your dash, but just keep that in mind. You diagonaled into this. Make sure to dash turn. All right, diagonal. You're losing a frame. Oh yeah, that's a good nudge. If you're gonna nudge, carry it further, right? Carry it to here. Cancel it like 2 frames early. And immediately item dash south. That's the whole point of the nudge, is to let you item dash right away, right? So when you start walking down like this, you should just not nudge, basically, is what it amounts to. And you've been able to hammer dash for like 10 frames now before you actually committed to it. Well, don't miss it either. That's helpful. But, I think diagonaling there is fine. That's good. We didn't nudge the bushes. We don't want to nudge the bushes there. Nice 1 pixel bonk. Like I mentioned earlier, I think canceling with down left's a little bit better. In the case of you accidentally down left and grab the bush, you lose the same amount of time as bonking. You feel just as stupid, but it's not. You've bonked this bush, right? Just hold down. No reason to go to the left here. Just hold down. Walk strat's good. Dash turn, please. Don't diagonal into this. Like the... This is one you want to cancel a little bit late, right? If you fail late. Because then you cut the bush and you're going to not pick it up like this. Picking it up or having to slash here is pretty slow, right? So you'd rather go past it and nudge a lot than come close. Also, I'm glad we have 6 bombs and 9 arrows. This is good stuff. You can talk a little bit higher here. You can be like a half tile higher. You can mash this with all 4 face buttons. I don't mash this one with all 4, but you can mash all the others with all 4. And then L and R here is good. Then I'm assuming we're comfortable with the quick warps. I'm assuming we are comfortable with these quick warps. One thing I don't like about coming this high is what's going to end up happening is you're just going to wait around. Okay. We're comfortable with the quick warps. Why did we move? Is it just because of... Is that not a quick warp? Are my cues wrong? I'm pretty sure it's either 1 or 2 pixels of... Oh, that's 3. I can't count. Yeah, never mind. I can't count. Don't worry about me. If you're gonna move left here, do a diagonal. I think you go straight left here. Yeah, that's straight left. Diagonal gives you a wider frame window, right? Turns into, since you're coming out of the menu, you're gonna be 2 to the left. So this is a 1 frame window. Whereas if you diagonal, it's gonna be a 2 frame window, right? So just diagonal. I can't count. Don't worry about me. Can't count to 2. And ideally what you're looking for here, 115. 115 fluke grab. What's up, Fricker? 115 is pretty tough, but you can definitely get it. Then this, so what I personally do here, like, yes, you want to maximize your dashes, but you also want a dash turn. So what I do is I actually try to start my dash a little bit further left so I don't grab the tree and then dash down, because you have like a window here where you're still going to be able to dash down. So like you'll still be able to dash all the way down, which is why I just try to not do that. And don't diagonal into your dashes. That's what diagonal out. Okay, that's good. That's pretty good. So this is good right here. I always make sure to cut this 4th bush, because then you're going to not get frame ruled by this guard. So even though it's like technically slower to cut the bush, it's safer. So always do that. And this is the same as last time. This movement with spin speed is like very kind of not smooth. It's like you're not super comfortable with it, but you had a good line up here aligned with this. So what I do, I hold down left and then just left and then up left. And right about here, I actually switch to up and then up left. The cue I was told to look for is have Link run across this little flower right here, and then you're good. Which, shout out to VLC player. Which you kind of do, but you're not crossing over the flower in a diagonal motion, which is not terrible, but we're trying to get up here, right? So you want a diagonal, like on this line right here. And if you come too much past the flower, you're going to diagonal into the wall, and it's going to slow you down a little bit. Right, so you're trying to diagonal along this slope, not... This is a tough screen, but that's kind of what you're looking to do. Like this, you can see that. And then VLC sucks, so it takes a minute. But that movement after was pretty good. Just try not to go too far to the right there. This is good, just try not to nudge. This is pretty good. I don't have any problems really with that. Oh, and I didn't see. I'm assuming we are. Yeah, bird dashing. Okay, excellent. Good. 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 That nudge is not even bad. Might have canceled that just a touch high. What you're trying not to do is load this guy in too soon, right? So you might have canceled that like a frame high, but it's fine. Is this okay? And for this dash here, if you can, try to like take it just a touch higher, because you're not going to be able to, you're going to have to walk around this tree. You don't want to do that. You want to walk straight left, right? Which is good recognition here, but you can be just like a touch lower here and a touch higher here. You'll be doing the screen really well. And then you can start your dash right about here even. You don't have to walk this far left. But it's just like a couple of frames to save. Actually, where you started the dash up was fine. Totally okay. And then, are we going to cancel this? No. See the sword. Cancel that. That's 20 frames. And then you told me you don't do this item dash. That's okay. Something you've committed to, I'm okay with that. Cancel these dashes. With down? Cancel this with an up left input. Better cancel with an up left here and a down input. And then that was a good cancel. Took it a little far though, but okay. That's good. You got like the one frame of slope dash. That's good. 02. You can get 256, but good luck with that. It's tough. All right, that's pretty good. Okay. Question about this room right here. Do you know how to deal with this red Zazik? Sometimes it just stops right here and walks down, right? So I think, I forget who said it. What they do is they dash and then walk. What I do is I cancel my dash here and then dash down. Yeah, either is fine, I think. Is to walk down? Okay, as long as you've got a plan there, is good. You have like a couple frames here before the quick hop, where you're just like running into the wall. 3 frames. Just something to keep in mind. You can pump here. I see you tried to pump a little bit. It's whatever. Was that an up input? Good, but that was a lot of up, right? You're trying to just get like short up. But yeah, that's the idea. Okay, good idea, just don't nudge, right? Do you always walk here? If you do, like... Or do you only walk when the fire bars are like this? Like, slightly faster to dash, but walking's like frames slower. This is one of those things that's like, who really cares? One thing you do want to do here, though, is you want to start this dash a little bit further right, because the fire snake's not loaded up top yet. Like it hasn't decided what it's gonna do, and so when you're further left like this, you're gonna have to walk further left, and you're giving the fire bar more time to hit you, right? So you want to be a little bit further right when you start this dash up. Ideally, you're up against the rail here, which is as far right as you can be. And then you'll never get hit by the fire snake. But when you're left like this, if the fire snake comes straight back at you, you can get hit sometimes. So something to be aware of, I think. Okay, that's good. Oh, and about dashing here. What you're trying to do is, if you are dashing while the fire snake's on the screen, you're going to get a lot of lag. So you're holding up until the fire snake's off the screen, and then you're dashing to the right. Or you're holding up, waiting for the fire snake, and then you're going to dash to the right. So you want your dash to start as the fire snake leaves the screen, basically. Takes a little getting used to. And dash turn. Yo-ho. We love our diagonals into dashes. Come on, dash turn. But yeah, this is good. You can carry that dash a little further to the left. This is a good nudge, right? I hope you're always nudging this. If you nudge this, you'll never get hit by the fire snake. So yeah, always nudge that. Or get the perfect lineup. Either way is fine. I I don't have much to say about this room. Personally, I always go down here because it's easy and I don't have to think about it. Basically, I just hold down and then decide where to dash based off of this guy. As long as you get through that room consistently without getting hit, it's probably okay. Okay, that's really good recognition in there. That's really good recognition in there. If that's how your hallways normally go, that's good. One thing you can do, you're like walking into that pot a bit before you pick it up. Okay, so one thing about that is that's a lot of brain power for this room. This is kind of a simple room, right? And by simple, I mean short. And you're using a lot of brain power for this room when you need brain power for the next room, right? So there's just something to consider. Maybe there might be ways to simplify the room for you. Like I said, for me, to keep it simple, I always just walk down. Like I'm not thinking about it. But it's hard to like hyper focus on every room, right? So you can choose your battles. But yeah, it's true. I try to walk to this wall. Actually, I don't personally. I kind of like pot slide to it. But I am trying to pick it up further to the right. Like I'm not trying to be aligned with this or in the center. Pick it up to the right. Definitely, if you don't... If you do what I do, which is be lazy and not come... Like, just go to the wall at some point in time here. So, like, I'll hold upright here and snap into the door, basically. I think that's easier. I've talked about this before. Maybe not with you, but when you're going right, hold right and start your dashes. And when you're coming back left, neutral dash. Okay, this was... I don't know what happened here, but... Do you normally wait like this? What you can do here is... Like, after you place the bomb, which you do... slash once instead of, like, this stutter step. Which the thing about, like, stutter steps is... They're going to necessarily be inconsistent, but... Yeah, so neutral dash this door. It just makes you less likely to get frame rolled. These guys are stupid. You're still going to get frame rolled sometime, but I think neutral dashing is better. And neutral dashing here is better, in my opinion. Okay, that's pretty good. That's... You could have started this dash a touch earlier. You can start it here. So you're losing a couple frames, but there's nothing wrong with what you did. Okay. There's only 2 RNGs that this guy gives you that you don't want to dash through this door. This is not one of them. The 2 RNGs that you can't dash are when it comes up left and bounces, and when it comes up right. I menu here. I'm like the only person who menus here to check those 2 RNGs. But every other RNG, you want to walk down, dash to the door. If you always walk, just keep in mind that 2/3 of the time, you're gonna lose 10 frames or something. And when he comes up left and bounces, you want to just walk down right into the door. And when it goes upright, you want to walk in between and then go to the door. So like, whoop. Always walking, you're gonna lose like 10 frames. Do we menu here? Okay, that's fine. It's a good menu. When you menu here, what are you looking at? Are we watching, like, when you walk into the room, are we looking at this guy or this guy? I never look at this guy, he's pointless. Patrick Star or the Zazik? Both? Okay. So your thought process should basically be, if the Patrick Star comes up, you go down. And if it goes down, you go up. Or if it goes sideways, you go up. And then, so you want to make that decision early, up, down. And then you need to decide if you're going to kill this guy or not. Or hit him out of your way. So here I'm going down. And I'm maybe hammering, but I'm probably walking around. Honestly. Like that. That's fine. When you walk down, don't ever dash to the door. When you walk down like this, just walk to the right. Walk into the door. When you go up, you can dash to the door. But when you come down, don't dash to the door. Which gets you owned here. If you just walk, you're fine. And then our bomb count's fine. It would be nice to have one more bomb, but it's okay, right? We're losing a few frames on this throw. You can throw it here. Frames. And yeah, don't snap into this because, well, you don't need to, but also when you snap, you're no longer getting up movement, so the conveyor is going to push you down like it does here, right? And you also want to get up against the wall, which it looks like you are. Yeah, you are. But you'll be fine. It's going to push you down, and then you have to walk back up anyway, right? Spiral staircases, you don't nudge against the edges here. It's only regular stairs and in particular suction doors. You nudge the crap out of them. But yeah, you held onto that block for like 10 frames. It's hard, but try to minimize time spent holding the block, right? If you want, you can neutral dash in this room to give you a good lineup. I personally don't do it, but you can. Walk strat's good. I like the walk. Nice chest slide. You do kind of want to aim to open it right here as opposed to right here. Right? You can be a little bit further to the left, and then you don't need the chest slide. Something you can do here also is down left out of this, and then you won't necessarily walk too far. If you find yourself like this, oftentimes nudging the left side here, probably do want to down left into it. Save like a couple of frames. And then, okay, so this is tricky. I mean, what you did here is gonna work 98% of the time, right? But if I see this red Zazik right here, what I'll occasionally do is walk just a touch to the left here before starting my dash. But it's hard to recognize that. So what I'll do is I'll like start the dash. I'll do like this, like you do here, and start the dash and go, whoop, that guy's right there, and then walk a little bit further to the left, right? Or maybe just like restart the dash or something, because he's gonna fire up, which sucks. And something else you could do is cancel with down right. I don't think that's very good, but you could do. Okay, that's good. You did walk into this for a couple of frames. 3 frames before you hammered. And you can open this right on the edge there. As long as the tiles don't fall, you've done the room well enough. But tiles falling here, so you can definitely improve. And then we know about slashing twice if this guy sparks, or slashing once if you have beams, which we don't here. You do want to be off-centered a little bit here, so that you're on the right side. But I think we probably know that, and just occasionally you mess up. Not a big deal, right? Any particular reason why we're holding up right here? If we're buffering an input here, it should be straight up. And then switch to upright. And the reason why we want to hold straight up is because we're going to pick up the pot, right? So hold up. So you're going to get this, and it's not wrong. You're going to get a pump like this when you turn up. But it's going to be a little bit easier, in my opinion, to hold up and then do upright after. It feels more natural to me. This is fine. If you're gonna do this, whoops. If you're gonna do this, throw the skull down. Because now you're gonna throw the skull and, like, you threw it to the left and you have to walk around. Throw the skull down and you'll kill the skeleton. Save you a little bit. What I do here, I hold up, and then I hold up right into this, and then I hold up into this, or sometimes I pump, depends how I'm feeling. And then after I grab it, I hold upright, and you'll still get the arrows. But yeah, walking around is slow, and it also lags a bit more. Here, I hold upright. It's like 2 frames slower, 3 frames slower. It's not a big deal. I think everybody does blind just a touch differently, but all the big ideas stuff. So something I like to do here, I like to bonk because it aligns you on a good vertical pixel and you're always in the right spot. I don't have to like worry about it. If you don't have any issues with blind, it's fine. Like, that's fine. And then what I do here is I'm holding up left as I get this hit. And you're doing you left into up left. Once again, this is something you can buffer, right? You can buffer up left instead of left into up left. And then because, like, I walk up left to the wall, because you're a little bit low here, what can happen sometimes is if blind is high, you might accidentally get hit. And also because you walked left first, you're not above blind anymore, right? You see this, you're to the left. So when you get hit, you're going to get hit back this way, which you did, and then you can't react as well. So, let me actually pull up the blind. Let me do the right. But that's just what works for me. So, let's see. So, like with blind, I personally dash up. It saves like, doesn't matter. Your first phase was good, like this, right? I don't have like a good lineup for this part, but what I'm doing here is I'm gonna count to 3 from fireballs from the second head. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and then dash, and then I'm on a good pixel, and then like this. So after this hit, I'm holding up left to like not quite the corner, but basically to here, and then down, and then like this. And it's pretty easy the whole time. Like, it's pretty easy to do. Keeps it simple. And yeah, I'm sure you were intending to hold up left there, but once again, this is a matter of buffering inputs, right? So just keep that in mind. Now, what I am going to say is, we've been going a little while here. I'm going to stand up and get a little bit of water, and we'll try to finish the rest of this, but I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, let's see. All right. I'm back. Hope everybody else is too. Okay, that's good. That's good. This is another time where you can walk a little bit more before picking up the bomb. The reason for doing that is because if you can walk a bit further, the bomb will blow up a little bit further left. So you don't have to wait quite as long to start moving left here. I assume this movement is to avoid getting hit by the bomb. I assume that's what it's for. And if so, that's okay, as long as it works and it is consistent for you. I don't mind anything that loses 5-10 frames, as long as it's consistent. Okay, so this is a tough dash turn. But what you don't actually want to walk all the way down here. You want to walk almost all the way down. So you're holding diagonal, and so you're right up against the trees, which means you have to turn right before you can start dashing. Same idea, but if you're like right here instead, and you turn to the right, you can start your dash a little earlier. It's gonna save a touch, a little bit of time. And yeah, you'll nudge this, but nudging this is okay because you actually don't want to go too far right here. You're like a few pixels further right than you need to be. So nudging is like really not the end of the world here. Okay, that's good. If you want and you hate yourself, you can pump these and press up to pump right there. You can get like 3 or 4 in. Try not to pot slide, or try not to slide on this skull. Right? Pick it up. You don't want to go too far down. Something to keep in mind. And then don't kiss the frog. You can talk to it here, right here. You can talk to the frog. And yeah, it's hard to throw the pot and talk this early, but that's what you're trying to do, right? Talk to the frog early. And then good for buffering up right. I like it. And carry that dash a couple frames further, right? You can carry it all the way to here. It helps since you're going to be walking up here after the dash anyway. This is pretty good that you started out high, but you want to start this as high as possible so you can dash further right. Okay, good. Didn't nudge. That's what we're looking for. I like that you held up there. Try to adjust back to the stairs, but it's hard to recognize it quickly. But if you can, try to get a clean lineup. You can talk a little bit earlier here, right? You can talk right here. You might even be able to talk earlier than this. But that's kind of when you're looking to try to talk to him. That was like 4 frames late on your talk. Hard to do everything perfect. Holding down here does nothing, by the way. It doesn't change your pixel. It just adjusts the camera. You can mash with all 4 face buttons because of that. Like, use both hands. Is this neutral dash intentional? You find that it helps? Okay, then it's fine. Did you cancel this? I don't know what's going on there. Did you... According to the input display, you didn't cancel it. I don't know what happened, but... Late talk, I guess. Just so you're aware, that spin speed saves 5 frames, right? You are aware of that? And you're still doing this consciously? Now the thing is, same idea with this spin speed as the other ones. You're not on the stairs. Get on the stairs before you start this, right? On the stairs. And then you can be all the way like here before you do the spin speed. So you're a little high still. Don't nudge. And make sure to diagonal into it. Good, we diagonal into it. If you don't diagonal into it, you're not saving any time. But importantly, like, yeah, we diagonaled into it, but aim for here. You're aiming for the right edge. Or the left edge, rather. We get fence dash. Cool. That was good. Good. I mean, you can be a little bit better there, but that's the right movement for sure. This one... Alright, so there's only the one RNG that you have to worry about, right? But if you see this guy turn up, you really don't want to nudge here. You actually want to start your dash like in this little nook or a little bit further left, right? So we're a little far to the right here. Or I guess not quite in the nook, although VLC's being cool. You don't want to be like fully in the nook, right? Just like kind of in it. Is that nudge? That was a pretty big nudge, right? This is hefty. 5 frames. Pretty bad. Good. 209 enters pretty good. You can get as low as 207. Cool. Don't do this. What you want to do, just hold left here. Walk all the way to the wall and then dash down. Right, maximize your dash. This isn't bad. Like, we've walked a lot left, but this is pretty far. Part of that's because you were a little high coming out of the, out of here. You really want to cancel, like, right about here. You don't want to cancel with an up left. Cancel with straight left. You're just, like, a touch high here, but it's fine. It's a good cancel. Could maybe get, like, a frame or two more, but good cancel. So you pulled this a little far down. Not too much, but you're going to be a few pixels higher here. And you really do want to get out of this room as fast as possible, right? You pushed it a little far left. There's nothing wrong with, like, aligning it with the block here. But, like, those two things together, you're probably losing, like, 10, 15 frames. Because now you have to pull it up further. Pulling it up is really slow, right? Alright, that was pretty good. Good. What you can do here is, once you've cleared the mummy, or the Gibdo diagonal, you take a little long to decide to do that, and then we switch to this right input, which just a touch slow. A little bit slower. But we finally dash turned. Awesome. And you mirrored out before the hand closed. That's pretty solid. Pretty good. Here, turn right into this. You won't grab anything and dash up. This is gonna lose you a few frames. Turn right into this little crevice and then dash up. Do you normally go low here, or is that dependent on the ropa? I always go high. So I personally always go high, and I get bopped like once every 100 runs. It's pretty rare. You don't want to diagonal this much, just enough to like clear the edge of this, and you want to start your dash as fast as possible, basically, if you're gonna go early. So you're less likely to get bopped by this guy. If you are gonna walk like this, you still want to start your dash as soon as possible. So you probably want to walk like this and start it a little bit further left and then go. But This overall seems decent, just not like fast. Alright, that's pretty good. You can like start diagonaling it just a touch sooner. This guy should like never bother you, basically. I guess if you play it super tight, he can, or if you walk straight into him, but you could just start. Well, it's pretty close, but I think you could probably go to diagonal just a couple frames earlier. Really, there's nothing wrong with what you've done here. So if you're doing this, make sure to place the bomb first. Kind of doing both at the same time. That's not necessary, right? The bomb comes out instantly, so I like YB, I slide, and make sure not, because if you do B and then Y, it'll just slash and it won't place the bomb. Right, so always place the bomb first here. Try not to do them on the same frame, just because same frame inputs can get wonky sometimes. But something else you kind of want to do, which it doesn't matter in this particular instance, but you're 1 pixel away from the wall here. If you're always aligned, if you're aligned with the wall, both the bomb explosion and the spin have a chance to kill this Moldorm if it ends up down here somewhere, which will make your life a little bit easier. If you're not lined up against the wall, it won't happen. All right, so try to align with the wall, which I see you do that with the spin setup, but it's just something you can do ahead of time. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. The right movement. I feel like that was a pretty good screen. Something you can do here is pump. But otherwise it's fine. So theoretically you're supposed to neutral dash at this door. Okay, cool. And then do that. It looks like you know what you're doing. Got no problem. Try not to walk so far to the left here. Jesus. The menu. I know it's coming, and yet... Yeah, like, we walked pretty far to the left here, but... and don't walk up into the key. Just wait for it. The same amount of time. But it has a chance to be faster. Or, it has a chance to not be slower. Hold left out of this. You don't need to walk down at all. Just hold left out of this. Which, out of all of these doors, you want to be holding a cardinal direction, right? Either left or right. Which I didn't pay attention to with the other ones, but make sure to hold left out of this. That's fine. You could cardinal a bit here to save like 1 frame or whatever, but it's not a big deal. You're starting that dash. 345 back of skull's not bad. You can get like 340. You game. I like left pot there because it's easy. You do want to carry this dash all the way to the wall here, but as long as it works, I'm not gonna complain. And you want to cancel this dash as high as possible. I don't know how you feel about the rod dash. Personally, I love the rod dash, and it's the whole reason like I do the room this way because of the next room. You don't like the rod dash, it's fine. And the reason is because of this guy. If you just hold up left, and this Moldorm comes down at all, you always just slash and kill it. Without the rod dash, you have to face up here, which is not necessarily bad by any means, but it can get you messed up a little bit. Pretty good, no menu. It's pretty good. As long as the shadow is in the door, or even like in this room, you've done really well. So that's super good. Excellent room, just keep doing it that way. Have you ever gotten hit by this spike? This is a legitimate question. Because you can get hit by this spike if you go too fast in the room. Okay, so if you've gotten hit by the spike, that means you're doing the room correctly and I don't have anything to add. Just try not to go too fast. I don't know about this menu. Like, it doesn't help you. It also doesn't hurt you, right? If you feel comfortable with the moth fight. Okay, well, this to me is either the D-pad being bad or we just really messed up. Let's just skip this. Well, first of all, this is the correct height. You want the edge of the sword along this right here. So, I don't know why you walked back down. This is not necessary. Maybe just the conveyor or whatever. I like that you don't bonk there. This hit right here, I'm pretty sure you meant to slash up. Is that correct? Because if you slash up here, you're going to hit him. Slashing to the right, we miss. Okay. I don't mind you slashing up to reset Moth. Or hitting Moth to reset him. That's good. This is hard to react to in real time with this, but where's the conveyor going? The conveyor is going left here, right? So, like, you're gonna think it's hard to decide which way you want to go. Coming back to the middle of the room is fine, but when Moth gets stuck in the corner and you're in the middle, it's really hard to deal with, right? If you're in the corner and Moth's in the middle, who cares? Like, you're gonna lose time, but it's easy to deal with. So I'm not saying you should necessarily like run to the corner or anything, but it definitely makes a lot of sense to favor the corner, because getting Moth out of the corner is awful if you're in the center of the room. This is something I notice a lot with Moth is people tend to be impatient, and I'm seeing a lot of that here. There's been like 4 times you could have hit Moth if you waited like just a touch longer. And I think part of that's because we get like nervous or whatever. But this does feel a bit like we're panicking here. Like, this is fine. I might have waited just a touch longer to slash. But the hit after is really the issue here. Walk down and like... It's because of this spike. I know it's because of this spike, but like... It's okay to take hits from the spikes. Right? Like, this is us kind of getting really aggressive with Moth. That one even counted, but... And now Moth's in the corner and the spikes are going, so it's just awful, but... That hit was really aggressive, like, not patient at all. Like, that hit's fine. I'm okay with it. This next one right here, Moth is stuck in the corner and we're, like... already just, like, running at him. Same with these. This is... I mean, we know the fight's bad, right? But a lot of this, I think, is letting our mistakes compound themselves, right? Being impatient and overly aggressive, I would say, right? So maybe try being a bit more patient in the fight. If it gets you killed a couple of times, this is a learning experience, right? But that's how I feel about it, is that not that we didn't know what to do, we're just frustrated or impatient there. You could stand to improve your menus a little bit. How do you do this screen? The flute screens. I tap right 3 times. You can tap right down right. Okay, that's fine. Missed the quick warp, I think, but... The approach was good. Are we not dash turning again, yo? We talked about this. Dash turn. Dash turn. do we pump with this? Pump here. Whenever you're holding this, make sure to pump. You're gonna move like twice as fast if you pump here. You don't even have to be an extremely good pumper like Awase. You just have to be a decent one. Yeah, you can do right down right. This is the way the flute menu works. I do right, but and you can throw this in the transition. You can throw it here. You can be throwing the skull. Like seriously, you can throw this skull super early. You really do not want to be walking with it. It's slow, right? So yeah, you're losing a ton of time here. But yeah, so pump here because it's way faster, and throw the skull earlier. It's weird. You can throw it during the transition, and I don't know why. Yeah, you have to throw it really early for that, though. Make sure to nudge this tree. 1 pixel nudge is fine, but make sure to nudge it. That was weird that you didn't pick this up. You must have been 1 pixel away. Also, what's up, Awase? No, okay. So what happened here was you pressed A, the frame that you moved into that. Yeah. So like you moved up and started a dash, right? Like the same way that fence dash works. So that's just unfortunate. That just sucks. Game's cool. Alright, I got no problems with this. You do want to cancel this a little bit early. Like right here. So you dash along this edge so that you maximize your slope dash up here. You can cancel this dash. I mean, it's fine. You can cancel it a touch later, but it's fine. You have a setup for quick fish? Is that what this is? I don't know quick fish. As long as you've got a setup and you get it, I don't care what you do. Okay. So one thing, you can hold right here. It doesn't really matter. There's no tangible benefit to being aligned with the grid or anything because you're going to get this slope dash, which is going to unalign you with the grid. So there's no real tangible benefit to this. I hold right just because walking human error frames. Something else is you can get a slope dash off of this little thing right here for like 1 or 2 frames, which is slightly better. But also, if you're aligned with this right wall, you don't get a water dash. Like, you don't dash in the water. So, it saves a little bit. And we canceled the dash, which is super good. Although, being left here is also not bad, because you're going to exit left. Although you nudged this, and we're going to walk. Not too much. Not too bad. But that's just something to keep in mind. I haven't actually tested myself, but it's what I do. I feel like it would be faster. Carry this dash all the way to here. Yeah, it does remember where you entered. So it's not like super important. The reason why I prefer it is because you don't get the water dash. But yeah, you return to the coordinate you exited. So you kind of do want to be further left. Yeah, on this, what you want to do is dash across. Get all your dash on the land. As much of a land dash as you can. And come to here, basically. We don't really want to diagonal too much here. But then, yeah, dash up. One thing here is this dash up, you actually kind of want to cancel it a bit sooner than you think. Because, like, right about here. Or maybe here. Because you really want to just diagonal here. Like this. In the water. Having to, like, alternate between cardinals and diagonals makes it really hard. more difficult than it needs to be. You can start this. That's pretty low. This is pretty good. You can start it a touch lower, but that's pretty good. You can be in this water dash. This is a good lineup, I think. You can be even further right, actually. You can have almost all of Link in the not shallow water over here. Weird. You can be a touch further right. This is good on the land. And you want to just touch that edge of the land. That's good. Bring as far down. That's pretty good, but don't anti-pump like this. Hold down into down right, and then start your dash. Don't like down right, down, down. Like swap between them. Carry this dash just a touch further, and then you can pump up here, but it sucks. That's a good dash, and that's a pretty good dash. I didn't see the time. $55. It's all right. You can get 52s. The best I've ever done is 53 though. It's really tough. This is just like lots of small things, right? That's a good dash. It'd be a touch higher, but that's very good. Canceled that a little bit early, but otherwise good. Actually, now I'm curious. Would you be further right here? I feel like if you're further right, you'll land in this. But if you're further right, would you get a dash on the land here and not a water dash? Because if so, that'd be really good. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, so here, you can't beat this. I don't think. Unless your movement's like impeccable. I think this is just too far away. Unfortunate. But I wouldn't even try. Okay. Got the bomb. Thanks. One thing I do here, I go right into down right. Like this, into the portal. I don't like playing around with it too much. So right into, or left into down left. Can't get the land dash. That sucks. I was just curious. So left into down left. I think that makes it a little bit easier. But this kind of sucks. And you actually were going to get this. You didn't need to adjust up. I don't know how you normally swim. Probably getting the bomb there messed you up, right? You only need 3. It's not fun, but you do only need 3 for ice. That was... That's fine. Yeah, if. Right. It gives you a spare, and it's not going to be much slower. One thing you can try to do here, since we don't have beams, is kind of delay walking into the key so that you can use your dash to buffer the upright. Maybe just save a bit of time. But it's pretty tough when you don't have beams. Okay, that's pretty good. One thing I do is after I've hit the switch, I just hold upright. And then switch to up right here. Instead of right and then up. It's just easier. You get like a couple frames of diagonal as opposed to just cardinal motion. So it's fine. You can start your dash sooner. Start it here. Gonna save time to start it a little bit earlier. This dash was pretty good, but you can also start this like here. This room. Generally what I'm looking for, as long as this top penguin hasn't jumped, done the room well. So that's good. And then, yeah, you can start the dash sooner. Right. Right about here. Start it. So think about it this way. You started your dash 10 frames later than you could have. And even if you get the biggest nudge possible, that's only a 5-frame nudge. You'd be saving 5 frames to start your dash a little bit earlier. But 3 times, that's almost 15 frames, right? Oh. Whoa. I want to see what's going on. Okay, that's pretty good. Pretty good. More aggressive than I like to play it, but that's pretty good. That's pretty good too here. Like, the idea's right. I think you walk a little bit high. Let's see how high we walk. You just need to get onto this tile, right? Above the skulls. So as long as you're above the skulls, you're good. So it's like 5 frames of walking too high. Once again, it's okay to walk a couple frames too high, right? Just keep it in mind. Oh, good idea. You just barely missed. That sucks. I like it though. You can be through this door like 356 or 354. Okay, we're doing the dash turn setup. Do we switch to the spin setup after the fact, or what's going on here? Are we trying to do it, or like land on the pixel? You missed the spin setup? I understand that you missed, but I'm saying when you do miss, what's your go-to? Do you just try to walk to the correct pixel, or... No, I get that. I see that we missed the dash turn. Right. Or you're a frame earlier, whatever. Sucks, but it's whatever. I'm saying when you miss the dash turn, how do you fix it? Do you go for spin setup? Do you do something else? Try to stand on the right pixel? Because you've done other spin bomb jumps. You should probably just do the spin setup. It's not hard, right? That's a good room. Should be releasing the spin already. It's gonna carry you down. Just dash buffer left. I mean, that's what I do until I fall, and then I do the spin setup, basically. So yeah, you want to release that earlier, obviously, because we missed this guy. But, like, when your momentum carries you, it's going to carry you really far. Like, the... Nice artifacting. When... Like, it's still active, and if you continue to hold down left, it's still going to carry you. This is the first frame it's not active. Right, you can take it pretty far. I can understand being tilted about Moth. Spinning for that one's fine. If you're gaming, you can be at like 420 through the door here. But that's like big time gaming. There's no need to pump here because you're dashing. Because when you move left at all, what's going to happen here is it's going to push you, since you're off center, it's going to push you to the left too, right? Which is like... not that good. I don't know. It's not bad, but... So you got pushed back a lot. I like it. That's what I do. I can't get the last bit into the stairs. It's totally fine. Try not to nudge the door there. Are we not hammering this? Not that it like makes a significant difference. Oh, the one thing is you should slash earlier. This slash is just like fluctuate, I think. Push back a lot. You get the same times. Just looks weird. Do what you want. If you get the same times, I don't care. You can start this dash sooner though. Start it here. Lost a few frames there. Oh, that was good. This is a good height. It's like 1 pixel too high. That's pretty good. Just make sure you clear it before coming down, right? But yeah, almost really good. Just kind of messed up a little bit. You hate to see it, dude. Once again, no reason not to just be like holding down or something here, because you can be moving down right now. You're going to be losing a couple frames while you wait for that. You can fire those fire rod shots just a touch faster, but hold stair, as long as it works for you, I'm okay. Oh, let's troubleshoot this. You're actually like a pixel or two low here. You want to be lined up with these horizontal dots. You're just below them. So you're actually maybe a little bit low here. And then, yeah, that's why you don't hit this other one. You're a little too far away because you're low. So you don't hit this one because it's like 1 pixel away from your sword right here, which sucks. But you do want to be aligned with this. But good cleanup. The fight's getting messed up. I don't know how to catch the crystals. That gap was fine. Ether only. So we're going to hold A when the flute menu comes up, right? We're just going to hold the A button. Excellent. You'll love to see it, dude. You want a diagonal sooner here for a couple reasons. One, you don't want to rush into this guy like you do here. Two, you want to hit the corner right here like this. Just a couple frames here. Once again, wait to get on the stairs before slashing your sword, right? You're gonna lose a few frames by slashing this low. Okay, I like the patience. It was good. So you are deliberately turning right here. That's 11 frames of holding just right. You can probably right into upright a little bit sooner. Right? I understand it's deliberate, but that's a lot of just holding straight right. And then we're not doing the Casnode quick warp. Do we just not know it at the time, or do we not care? Alright, well, I'm going to recommend practicing it then, because it does make getting both of these quick warps much easier. in my opinion. You can carry that dash a little bit further. That's good. And you can read the book here. It was in like 4 frames or something. And read the book a touch earlier. And then this mashing. Is better. But you're mashing right and start at the same time. Nice. You did say either only. You can do right down right again if you'd like. Hey, we dash turned. We're learning. Good, you killed that guy. Helps with lag. Gives you the glitch sound too. Not hammer dashing as a preference, I assume. Okay. Totally fine. I like this right here. You could be 1 pixel further left, but this is a good spot to dash down. You won't nudge the thing. That's good. That's good. You do want to be a little bit further left here because you want to make sure to nudge this or get the perfect lineup. So that you don't dash in the water there. Mirroring in the doorway is fine. These quick warps only end up saving like 15 to 20 frames because of the extra movement. That's good. I think that's actually the fastest movement if you're not going to be the anti-barrier. Now, out of this door, you do want to maximize your dash, right? This is just frames, but left, dash, turn down, and do it. Goes to diagonaling and then dashing. Okay, that's fair. That's really good. I like this a lot. Especially this diagonal. This diagonal is super good. The diagonal helps get all 3 of them. At the chest, hold up left. In this animation, just hold up left. You actually are going to end up having to go more up than left at this point. So you're going to have to switch to up eventually. So up left is better. That's good. You don't need to walk so far right to grab the key, but that's good. Alright, right idea. Don't nudge. Don't diagonal there. Diagonal's not good, but right idea, just don't nudge. You don't need to move up here. Hammer and then dash. Down. I assume you are aware, but that dash saves 3 frames if done optimally. So I don't do it. Okay, we got pretty far left before we grab the wall. That's good. Oh, that sucks. Is this just like out of the cutscene? You weren't prepared for this? Were you trying to hammer at all? Trying to slash here. Yeah. Hammer's a little bit better because it'll actually kill the guy, I think. Well, the hammer hitbox sucks, but what are you gonna do? Something that I do when this happens, I do this in a couple places. I actually let go of everything, and then I like tap left plus B when I think the cutscene's over. And in this particular situation, if you slash down, skeleton's still, like, you're close enough, the skeleton is still gonna hop away. I'm pretty sure. So it's okay to slash down here. You don't need to... But I don't think you necessarily did it wrong. You can just probably do it a little bit better. Yeah, try not to go too far here, because you'll just get hung up on the wall a little bit, like we do here. But yeah. Did we slash? Is this something we always do? Or just because of something you saw here? It's almost always going to be better to carry this dash like as close to the wall as possible and then walk the rest of the way. But slashing is... it's not bad. It's definitely a little bit slower though. It is safe. Isn't it? You probably have enough health, it's not an issue though. But just keep that in mind. I agree with that. It's hard to read this RNG, and especially when it's right here, but... So something you can also do when you slash this guy is walk along the right wall here and dash to the left. I think that's a little bit faster than walking the whole way. Don't nudge the stairs. And you can face right and do it. No need to walk up. Same as the other key room. Okay, you didn't need that bomb. Is there a particular reason you got this bomb? Tilted, just wanted a safety, anything like that? This is not... This is probably faster than any other bomb, but you don't need it. You've already got one. Okay, you leave Swamp with 2. That's fair. In this case, you're probably getting both arrow pots, or I imagine you're getting both arrow pots. So the other bomb is not even slow. Okay, something you can do here. You're on full health. Your beam hits the wall here, and your sword hits the switch. This is going to add 4 frames of hit lag. Try to hit this with the beam. So walk up to here, so your sword misses and the beam hits. That'll save 4 frames. And then it also saves 4 frames coming back. That's really good. On the pegs. Nice. This is gold 745. Oh, this one right here. Cancel it right about here. You don't want this to fire twice. It's faster to just diagonal from here than it is to maximize the dash. Because it's going to fire a second time, you're going to have to wait on it. That's not good. I'm going to cancel it a little bit earlier so that it doesn't fire. I see you tried to do that. It's good swimming. This dude sucks. I don't know what to do about this guy. Like, I've thought about beaming him, but, like, I really don't know what to do in this situation. Try, I guess. It sucks. But got the quick hop. We're pumping. This is good. You can pump through here. Just holding down or pumping a little bit. You can always pump harder. Don't need to snap into this. This is a spiral staircase. Just hold upright into this. So pushing blocks here. As soon as you see it start to move, switch to down left, which is what we're doing here, right? But as soon as you clear the bottom, like right here, start your dash. You want to start your dash as early as possible. You don't need to walk around it. I'll save just a few frames. But the movement's good. Try try to push this block basically straight up from wherever. Cancel your dash. Because you're going to get the diagonal movement as it starts to move, right? And you do kind of want to actually... Well, this depends. Are you going for the hammer dash or not here? You're not. Okay, then the way you've done it is fine. Yeah, you want to enter that. You want to drop low. I just want to let you know, this is gold pace. 3 minutes from here. This is gold pace. This has been pretty good. You can definitely still save even more, but yeah, this is gold pace so far. But you need the 0 cycle. Nice. You could have walked down just a touch earlier. Look how far away you are from the door, or you can do it like here. Move. The idea is good. Dash turn. Don't nudge. Okay, so here, if you're as long as you're aligned like this on the correct vertical pixel, you're fine. Don't walk to the right here. This is unnecessary. If you're gonna do anything, pump to the left. Pump against the rail. And the fireball won't hit you. And you know your RNGs for whether to slash or not. Yeah, you don't want to grab the pot, but it's still going to be better to just do like pull the yo-ho and not dash turn here, right? Turn right and then dash. Then it is going to be to walk right with diagonals and then dash across. Not by much, but a little bit. Yeah, so when are you looking for this? This is not a slash RNG. Right? You don't see the guy when you open this. Not a slash RNG. Unless you mess this up, which you can do. But that was fine, so you can just dash there. Would have beat it. This you can definitely hook sooner. As long as you see 1 pixel of gray, you can hook. So as soon as you move up at all, basically, you can hook this. This is the earliest frame you can hook. So 6 frames. And like I said, losing like 3 or 4 frames, right, is generally better than doing it too early. But you don't want to lose 5 frames everywhere, right? Because if you lose 5 frames on every single thing, think about how many things we do in the game, right? You're losing like 2 or 3 minutes. Even if the idea is perfect. One thing you can do when you're pushing this is wider diagonals, but fine. Yeah, if you have the option, hook to this pot. This is good. You do need to move left, or you can hook to it, so... But that was like 12 frames of moving left, right? You only need like 2. Okay, good. Just hold upright in this room. And if you upright slash twice, you'll get through that guy. No problem. This room sucks. I know Doom has said he does what? He cancels this stair lag with I've never gotten stuck here just holding upright. Like, I'm holding upright, entering the room, right? I'm buffering the upright input. as interesting. Many times? That's surprising to me. Because I also do this. I just dash straight up from this pot. That's interesting. So I cancel this with a left input into a down left, which is what you do here. And I see you adjust to this. You can try what Doom does, where he cancels it with a dash input and then just holds down left, I'm pretty sure. That's what you do, right, Doom? You tap A and then hold down left. That might work better for you, Yoho. Or maybe this isn't normally an issue, and so you don't need to do it, but something to consider. Yeah, down left. Tap A, down left. This is not like... Make the game easy, right? Don't make it hard. Game's all hard enough. One thing you can do, you can pump this. You can pump against the stairs here, and you can pump the door. I saw one pump. Okay, the left movement there is for safety reasons, I assume. Are we scared of the jelly here? Is that why we're not doing just like full diagonal movement all the time in this room? This room should be like 98% diagonals. Or once you get in the top half here. How do we do this? Do you hold down left and then press A? I just smash all three of them. I come out of the staircase and I just smash all three of them. And I pray that it works. Holding seems kind of scary to me. But yeah, I smash all three buttons. How often do you miss this? This kind of sucks. This room. You hold and time the A. Yeah, so it's pretty mixed here. I don't know that this is like a good way to do it. Going right now. It happens, right? Okay, that's fine. Sometimes you just pray that that guy gets out of your way. I'm curious why we moved up here. Like, what was the decision making that makes us want to move up after this buff? Like, I honestly think that moving up here is what caused this to go bad. So the way Argus works, right, is when Argus starts his walk, eventually, he's walking towards Link, okay? So it's targeting this position, Link's central position, when Argus starts walking. And then there's like a billion different RNGs or whatever about how long and how quickly Argus is going to come to that spot. But that's what's happening here. So after the first move, which is like right here, is going to calculate it again, right? So Argus is going to try to actually walk down to this spot right here. The Link's up here. So you're just going to get hit, right? You want to like always be moving away from Argus just barely. That's always going to be more helpful here. But moving up It's going to get you owned. And once you get owned, don't do up hook dashes anymore. Come from the side, either from the left or from the right. Whichever side you have a chance to get to. So here you want to do it from the left and hope you just don't get fast walks that push you into the corner. If you had gotten hit to the right, you'd come to the right here. You're not getting the 0 cycle anyway at this point. It doesn't matter what you do, but you can pretend like you salvage it and then you get an empty 0 cycle and cry. But okay. How often do you miss the fire rod kill? Very often. Or not really. Just kind of the way you did it felt a little unsafe for my taste. So I like that you baited Argus off the wall here so that the first movement's down like this. You want a fire rod like right as the water starts to hit the ground, so like right about here. You want to start your fire rod, which is pretty good about what you did. Nice. And then this is good. You're holding down right here, so that's good. You kind of want to follow Argus. Argus is going to try to move to the right, so you want to follow a little bit. Alright, so the way you did is good. It just felt like you're maybe a little far away, but that's good. I don't know how to catch this crystal. It's not a bad catch. You know this quick warp, right? I'm guessing we just missed it here. I want to be further right. Or was that the quick warp? Maybe. I can't tell without the shield. Something you can do here is dash turn to turn Link to the left. Because then when you hold up left on the next screen, Link will face left and hold up left, move up left. So you can get a quick hop for free. You don't have to do any adjusting. Which I'm going to guess here we're going to have to left and then, yeah, left. So you're losing just a touch there, having to do it like that. And I'm really not the person to talk to about Mire. I'm not very good at this dungeon. Are we timing a dash input? Neutral dashing on purpose? Is that what's going on there? Unfortunate. Hard to recognize this in the moment. It definitely looks like you can just slash down, right? But sometimes you might want to take a second to just like refocus on this guy, because sometimes it can be hard to tell. He just tends to wiggle wherever, behind the BMOS, around the corner, whatever. So a lot of times it's good to just take like a quarter of a second or whatever to readjust to this guy and double check. Try not to nudge, of course. Yeah. But so that key you didn't move up into. So we know we don't have to move up into them. Why did? It's funny that you did it in Swamp. Do we know how to beat the fireball? Looks like it. Good job. One thing you can do in this room is hold left, cancel with down left, because you really do want to slash to the left here. You're pushing the key towards the door, right? So when you slash down, what ends up happening is the key's down here somewhere, and you're gonna have to walk a bit further. Try to slash to the left here, which you did, but it's just a little bit more adjusting on your part. Once again, spiral staircase, you don't have to snap into, so here you can just hold up left as you get the magic instead of snapping. Huh? What in the world? I don't know what you did, Yoho. I guess. Weird that the wizards didn't spawn. Louis says you want to do this like fence dash, but with a right input and a... I don't know. Spawning in the previous room. Oh. Sure, if I had sound, I would have noticed. Ridiculous. Something I've started doing in this room is I don't hold down here because it's hard for me to react to this, but I'll press down and then A. Like I do out of like the warp and swamp. I do that as well. If you don't have issues with it, it's fine, but it's just something I've started doing. I think it's helpful. Going for the frame rule, I see. Go for it. Nice. You can hook that a little higher. You know, hook like literally the very top pixel of it. You're just a couple pixels too low, but fine. Okay. So something here, you really don't want to diagonal too much before the chest because of this laser right here. If this laser spawns, which it does, you're gonna get like 20 more frames of lag or something, or like 10 frames of lag. You really don't want this laser to spawn. Make sure you always open this chest before the laser spawns. I owe myself a 123, but we'll get there eventually. And don't nudge the door. Here, you walked quite low. You only need to down left for like 1 frame. Whatever this is. A lot more than 1 frame. 11 frames of down left. It only has to be like 1 or 2. And try to line up with the door, but it's fine. This room, okay. So here, the way the skeletons walk is they always walk like full tiles, right? So you're okay to just snap into the door here. You don't have to worry about this guy. Pretty sure. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident you can just go all the way to the door here and not worry about this guy at all. Something you can do here is just start holding left as you're picking up the pot. If you hold left, you're just gonna nudge into this space and you won't run into the wizrobe. Fine. I'm pretty sure. And then I forget how long it is from downstairs to finish. Maybe like 1:55 or something. What did we do? AAY? I find it easier with BAY, but if AAY works for you, that's fine. Okay, I actually like the menu there. That's pretty good. Sometimes you don't have to slash that guy, so that's cool. I don't like it because this, even though the timing is like always the same, is kind of just like a shot in the dark, basically. You don't know if it's going to connect or not. It's probably going to connect, but I've actually been too fast here, and I've had to wait on it. So that's why I don't really like it. But if it works for you, it's fine. I think you do the dash here. I really don't know the dash. I've been meaning to learn. Oh, you don't. You do the walk. Okay. Walked like just a touch high, but yeah. Okay, cool. Don't nudge the door. Yikes. In diagonal up here, it doesn't have to be full cardinal. And really, this is scary. You're way closer to this than you need to be. Okay, you want to like left and then start diagonaling up here. And then switch to up as you clear this. And then fire rod the right. You don't have to like be too precise about it. And then you can quote unquote pump to the door. You should never get hit by this guy. Like, it should never even be close. But like, what is this? It's ridiculous. You hit the spike. Didn't even hit the... Did you... You didn't even hit the torch. You hit the spike. Are you kidding me? This still works. This is cursed, dude. That still works. I can't believe this. That's cursed. Don't do that. I don't care that it worked. This seems really bad. Oops. We're back. Let's see. One thing here. You can switch to up here and get a pump. And then you won't accidentally like go too far left and you'll maximize your dash a little bit better. Small thing. It's like a free pump, right? So take it. This feels like you just started firing right away. Did you actually time that shot? That felt like you just firing, dude. That depends. There's like a lot of... Like this is like wasted movement. Because I'll normally diagonal here. Our movement's like a tiny bit different. And then you walk down and then walk back up. So you can definitely like be faster in this fight. And be too fast. As opposed to just slashing twice and doing it. Yeah, so with the way you do it, maybe you can slash twice. But if you like start throwing in a couple more diagonals or whatever, probably not, actually. So just bear that in mind. But if you don't change anything, it'll work. I hope we go for the meme bonk. Good. I don't... Pretty sure it doesn't save any time. So this is a screen I really don't try to maximize my time in or minimize my time, whatever. But right here, okay, this is what I do. Open the menu. This is good. I like this. If I see I'm getting charged, kill the guy and then place the bomb. This is all fine. If it's doing anything other than charging me, I will place the bomb right out of this menu. Like, I'll place it right here. And then that gives you time to slash once and throw the bomb. But good, menu's always down left. So there's not a big reason to move back right here because I guess it doesn't matter too much. You're gonna diagonal either way, but well, you're dashing off the stairs. I don't dash off the stairs, so I diagonal. So there's no real reason for me to come to the right here because I'm gonna maximize my movement diagonally on the stairs. In this case, it probably does make sense to diagonal a bit. But that seems okay. Probably a little bit of time to save there, but the way you did it seems fine. I don't mind standing in the door here, but I feel safer if I'm down here behind the rock. So just something to consider. I also do not do the dash. I don't trust it. Well, this is the same movement as last time, right? So you want to diagonal and like hit this corner and then down and dash right here. So a little bit of wasted movement there. And okay, we're not even going for it. That's fine. Unless there's a dead rock literally right here, dash this. Hooking has the chance that the dead rock blocks you and you lose a bunch of time. If you dash, what'll end up happening is you'll poke the dead rock and you can cancel the dash before you bonk and walk around it. If you hook, you don't really get that option. You just lose the time that you spent hooking. So, unless, yeah, this dead rock is literally in this gap, you should dash this. Yeah, if you could hook the lower rock, it would be free. But, like, just how it is. You do want to... This is hard to cancel this dash, but try to cancel it a touch higher. Because you're going to nudge this or cancel it really early, which you don't really want to do. But yeah, Cardinals. Clear this, walk straight down. So start walking down. This guy will never hit you. And then, like, you don't have to worry about this guy at all. And then dash. So you'd have already started your dash, right? Basically. Okay, that's pretty good. You gotta cancel the last dash closer to the door. There's a couple frames early, right? Oh, that's pretty good. But don't nudge the door. Holding right's good. For any dash, you're gonna cancel with anything like any dash you're going to cancel diagonally, it's good to hold the direction. So here, the problem with canceling with, say, straight up is you don't want to walk into the edge of this, right? You want to, if you upright, you're at least going to get in the door. Yeah, Doom's right. Just try not to nudge the door there. The movement's fine. I think the idea is fine. Is that a neutral dash? Or, yeah, that's a neutral dash. Just hold down here. It's the same idea, but you'll get a, like, unless you get a frame perfect dash, you'll get just like maybe 1 or 2 pixels. Maybe, which will just save you a little bit of time over here. But yeah, neutral dashing is good there. I hold down left out of this door. I don't know if it makes a difference, but it's just one of those things, like, it'll put you along with the curvature. I mean, I still nudged the door like you did here, so I don't know that it makes a difference, but just something to consider. Thanks, Buddha. We're almost done. Been going for like 4 hours, so please make sure to cancel this dash here. You want to go as high as you can. Right? Maybe you're worried about the dead rock here, which is why you canceled it early. If it's gonna block you, you're gonna bonk. Like, don't be scared of these guys per se, because if you're getting blocked, you will bonk off of it. And you won't really respond in time. Probably not. Dash turn, please. We're unlearning. So this slope dash here, try not to get the very top pixel. Try to get a couple pixels lower. And part of that's because it is dead rock, I know. But you want to get like just a touch lower. If you get the very top pixel, you get a bad slope dash. What is going on with these dead rocks? They're the worst. Something I've started doing is if I have beams, I just beam this guy because through dead rocks. Also, if he's over here by the rock, I always hit him. Can't really deal with these ones on the right. There's not too much you can do. You just pray they stay out of your way. It would have saved you a little bit here. This movement is low. So I diagonal up to this and then use the menu kind of like you do here to check that I'm aligned. So you're gonna go straight right here, which is fine. It should put you on the same pixel or whatever. Up left into this one, which is good. And then you should really down right. And it's kind of scary to be on top of this peg, but once you get comfortable with it, you're not gonna jump off. Like, I don't know that I've ever jumped off of this ledge here, but you can down left into this and hammer down. And then quick warp's free. We all know it. Yeah, none of us can hit it. That's a pretty good Quake. I think hard to tell if you can be a pixel higher, but that's pretty good. Do we press A? Well, first of all, do we go for Quake speed? Important question. You do not. The one thing you can do here is do the Quake speed, Y plus A, right here. Then you have the state, and so you'll quick hop off the ledge if you get it. And then you can also press A to double check, like if you miss it. So like I don't get Quake speed, but I do always go for a Quake dash, because it gives you the state. Something to keep in mind. Don't do this. Here, just hold straight up. It auto-aligns you with these platforms. It doesn't cost you any time. So coming to the right here just loses time. If you want to, you can pump against this rail, but left pumps aren't impossible. A, and that's like, you're only going to get like 2, so it's not like super worth it. Probably this one, what you can do is you can hold up right against this rail. And then not only will you be able to place the block because you're aligned with the rail, but they'll start you moving right away. Like this. You can diagonal here. You don't need to all be cardinals. Right. Anytime you're just walking, try to diagonal. Something I do here is you can actually like press up like right here and it'll start the platform for you. So I actually menu on this so I can get it clean up right away. Saves like a frame or something. Whatever. It's time save, right? Yeah, so you could fire rod a touch earlier. Right here, you can start the fire rod and it'll work. It's like 4 frames late, so to speak. It also gives you a bigger window to hit the hook to the left here, which is really the value. You don't want to miss that at all. So one thing, that's good. That's a pretty big gap here. That's really good. Okay, so I'm not going to criticize this room, but if you're looking to optimize it a bit more, first of all, a couple anti-pumps, make sure not to diagonal the rails, which I don't think we do. Yeah, not really. But just walk straight down here, right? And start your dash ASAP, and you should clear this and just save you a few more frames. But that's really good. That's better than I typically do it. So. So like you don't need to hold left at this point if you don't want. Just up to you. Whatever's easier on your hands. Try to snap into this door. So one thing, once again, you can diagonal a bit sooner. I realize probably you're trying to slash this guy, which is why you don't. But like out of this slash, you probably want to hold diagonal up left just to save a touch a little bit. And then this door, you can diagonal into it and then snap, right? As opposed to holding left and then pressing up. One thing you can do to save a few frames is when you get up patterns like this, the ones that go up, you don't have to slash until like right about here. So you just walk a bit more basically up, or actually right here, I think. It doesn't save much time, but it's just something to consider. Walking up a little bit more before slashing. On the down patterns, you have to do what you did there. So, good recognition. Can actually place the second block a bit quicker. I don't know that it matters, but maybe just the rhythm. Because like later on in the squeeze, it matters a bit more how quickly you place the blocks. But yeah, good job with jumps. That's good. Not perfect, but good. This is pretty good not to nudge these too much. These are hard to get clean in and out. Okay. If you have beams, you do not need the magic. Importantly, you don't ever need the magic unless you screw up. But if you have beams, don't go out of your way for the magic. It is absolutely not worth it. So that's like a free 40 frames or whatever. Now, with Ice Rod, 410 here is pretty good. I want like 329 or something, 328. But I get like 330 a lot. So 410 is pretty good. And like 741 with Ice Rod is pretty good gold. So I think we know what we're doing here. $406 to 410. Here, I really don't like the beam strat, so this is fine. One thing to consider, being this low is a little bit dangerous because you could be too low and get locked out, right? And you have like a huge window where you can do it. So don't be in a rush to hit this. Not a big deal. And then as long as your shadow is above this line or on this line, you're good to just dash through the door. It is unnecessary. Everybody does it. Me included, but you're right. Can cancel upright. Here, you slash just a touch early. You don't want to slash too late because then you actually can't get God Pokies. But like, you can be probably... You can be probably about here before you have to slash. So that's just another way to save a little bit of time. Cool, double down. Alright, and we didn't get the 8 bombs, which is awesome. If you hate yourself, you can dash twice in this room. On this RNG. Down left is pretty garbage. It's like the worst. Or it feels like the worst, because you're just so far away from the door. But walking's totally fine. Just open the chest a little bit further, right? And you want to be aligned with this. But yeah, with beams, it's pretty easy, right? Want to be a little bit more precise. You don't need to take so long to cancel stair lag. This is a lot of frames left here. Four frames of left. It's a lot. But not a huge deal. But that's how it is, right? Like 4 frames everywhere is the difference between a 124 and a 126. Try to not nudge that door. That's, I mean, you do want to carry this dash further all the way here, right? But it's hard with the lag, so this is fine. When you do cancel it high, make sure to diagonal, right? And you can cut your diagonals a little bit more. Like, you're way clearing the edges before you diagonal. You can start here, right? So you can diagonal a little bit more and a little bit sooner. Oh, that backed up a lot. I really don't mind this. I've decided that for me, doing the fast dash here is not worth it. Be careful about exploding the block though, because if you miss, you're gonna be in trouble, right? So just be careful with that. But it is a little bit faster. Do you ever get hit by the laser doing this? This is so long. Just holding down left ear or down right. So something I do to be super safe, I hold right into this for a couple of frames to reset the timing on this and then go. Then I just never get hit. But just whatever works for you. Once again, you probably want to diagonal there. Backed up more than I thought it would. Right, you can diagonal a bit more. And it's like, we couldn't decide here if we're lining up with the rail or with the rail on the right. So if you're lining up with this rail, you really want to come as close to this right pit as possible. And if you're lining up with this rail, you obviously just want to go all the way. Kind of halfway in between here, right? You're not really on the edge. You're not aligned with this at all. So, yeah, you nudge that one. So you want to be a bit further left. I respect it. I don't agree, but I respect it. Are we holding up left? No. You can just hold up left here and you'll always grab the magic. You'll face up and you'll always be able to place the block. So when you grab this, hold up left. or if you're going to do anything, buffer an up input and then switch to up left. Only thing here, you can do the poke dash if you want to. One reason I don't like coming down like this is because you get pushed back further by the recoil. And the way Trinix tends to walk, you can be pushed far away. So I prefer to slash from the side over here, but whatever works for you. Now, personally, I think that this spot right here is a little bit too close to Trinix. I think you are a little far right and a little far up as to what I would prefer to do. But as long as you don't get hit, it's fine. We know about releasing the spin when we see the shell disappear. Just be careful, because, like, I've seen Andy, he stands, like, even closer to Trinix, and then he gets hit, and it's like, yeah, because you don't have time to react. So, as long as you don't get hit, I guess it doesn't matter. If you get the double spin and don't get hit, you were just probably a touch to the right and a touch up where you want to be. Okay. This heart always spawns in the same spot. It's on this line right here. You can just stand on this line. You'll always grab the heart. First frame. This is like a couple frames late. You like see the heart spawn and then you see Link grab it. As soon as I stop frame renting it. So you just want to stand a little bit lower for that heart. Catch is fine. Trying to see what happened here. You got the same frame. According to your input display. You're not off the stairs here. Or you switch to left while you were still on the stairs. That's why you didn't get it. Yeah, so make sure to come off the stairs, right, before you switch to left. Like, I'll even come pretty down here. Pretty far down. But doing this, yeah, you don't... Like, maximizing this is just going to lead to this happening. And then we know about being above this line. There's a Link shadow above this. Because we don't want this slope dash, if we can help it. But we do want to maximize the other slope dash. You can take it just a touch further, right? You want to take it all the way to the wall and then go down. And then make sure to dash turn. You can start this last dash, like... You obviously want to clear the Lionel, so it can be a little bit better to actually cancel it a touch earlier, because then you're not like as on top of the Lionel. But the Lionel's head works the way Link's head does, in that it's not really his hitbox, right? So you can actually start this dash here, and you're fine. Well, maybe not, it moves into you, but you do kind of want to be a little bit lower there, if you can help it. But you really don't want to get hit by the Lionel, so it's fine, right? It's 4 hearts. Good, we're just holding up and just pumping. That's fine. I don't think the hook is worth it there. Don't do this. In this room, only hold up. You'll be aligned with the door, so you don't want to hold left here. This is going to unalign you with the door. So in general, this is worse. Yeah, the sword climb's not really worth it. I mean, you got good there, but it's not. I thought it was like 20, but still. One thing here, you want to try to hook right away. So you don't want to walk so far left before hooking necessarily. Try to hook as soon as possible. Hooking the key, I don't save any time with it, but if you save time, go for it. Especially if you're hooking the key, you want to be to the right so that you can pick up the pot and diagonal to the left, diagonal up left, and then hook it. The further left you are, the more cardinal motion you have to do, which is just a little bit slower. And then what you're looking to do is hit like this edge, right? This corner of the conveyor. So you got pretty close there, but it could be a tiny bit better. And then you can hammer just like a little bit earlier on this peg, so that you don't get carried so far down by the conveyor. I like using that menu there if you're going to not go for a spike skip, which it looks like we're not going for. Now, do we not go for spike skip because we don't know it or because we think it's stupid? Because if you think it's stupid, I will buy that. If you just don't know it, we can teach it. Because I'm totally okay with strats, just you don't agree with the strat and so you don't do it. You kind of know it, but you don't particularly like it. Alright, then just keep doing what you're doing. I like what you've done there, it's fine. It's definitely the second best place to use the menu. Alright, I do this too because it's easy. I'm fine with GT being easy. GT's hard enough. This was a little bit too far right. Like this, I think it'll work, but just be careful. You really don't want to be too far right. Messing up that room is gonna cost you a lot. I don't know that it matters, but why did you go down when literally everybody goes up? Just as a meme? Are we still tilted from Moth? Is that what this is? You go down? Okay. It shouldn't matter. Okay, that's good. You want to start that dash early. Be careful here. This is a good height, but you really don't want to be too high because if this snake... It's really hard to keep track of what this snake's doing, but if it's on the bottom here, it's going to hit you, right? This snake is less likely to hit you unless you're like really far down, so just be aware of that. And then try to open the chest as far right as possible because you can open it here. If you get the correct opening, you can just walk straight down and you'll be aligned with the door. Otherwise, you have to adjust. And you can just hold down right here, I think. I don't think you need to clear the door for holding down right, but maybe I'm wrong. The hook saves like 2 frames, by the way. Careful here, don't... This is obviously bad, right? But be careful here. Like, you're clear of the portal here, right? They're actually higher than you think they're going to be. So for here, I personally prefer right into down right. But as long as you don't grab the wall, it's probably fine. I don't know that there's a significant difference. And then you do want to hook the edge here. But you're obviously coming out of a dash, it's hard. That's good. Because you're dashing, start going down here. Align with the wall, right? You're a little far right here. And because you're gonna walk here, you want to be either in the middle, or just a touch to the side. I don't know if actually killing these guys matters at all. Like, they should never... I don't think they ever get in your way. But there's no real reason to be on the left side here. Because you just want to walk like a little bit. You're trying to walk to right about here. So you can push the helmet off the edge. Right. Now, something I noticed myself for this hook was... That's 11 frames before you picked up the pot. Like, let's consider if that's worth it. Right. Maybe just walk to the pot if you're going to pick it up on the correct time. So that's something I noticed for myself. It was like 8 frames for me, which is a lot, right? So I think just walking there is probably better unless you have a really good A press. But you can bonk just a touch lower, but that's okay. If you want, you can pump this torch. But you definitely want to at least be diagonally into it. Right? We're holding up. That's fine. Or maybe you were diagonaling into it. Hard to tell sometimes. Pretty good. Just be careful with that bomb throw. All that really matters is when you place the bomb, right? So this is a pretty good timing on the placement. Don't be in a rush to throw it, right? Make sure you're clearly like past this point before you throw it. This is the first pixel that's gonna work. It works, but it's just like be careful. And then you wait, that's good. So I don't have a problem there, just be careful. You can fire these arrows a lot faster. This is you not practicing firing arrows coming back to bite you. And I mashed this section too, but the first, whatever it is, 5 or whatever, are really slow here. First 6. So I would practice. I know we talked about it with Armos and Lammo, timing your arrows, but especially there, the Ars Armos fight, practice. Yep. That's a 238 mirror. That's pretty good. 238 mirror with the arrows. My best is 235 with getting the arrows, I think. Maybe 236. I've definitely done 236. Something here is when the beam's in the air, you do kind of want to not just stand here, right? So either move just a touch left, you have like 4 pixels you can move left here, or start your dash down. Do something, right? You're just waiting on this. And then you can fire your arrows a bit faster in this room, but the strat's good. Don't nudge the door on the way out. Blunt mimics too. It's good stuff. You can fire your arrows faster. Like quite a bit faster actually. I'm super bad at this room actually. That's a good spot to dash up. You want to be careful here. This is fine. Where you slash this. But you don't really want to diagonal up here. Diagonal motion is not good when we're dashing, right? So you still want to like cardinal up into this. Try to cancel it. This is a good cancel as late as you can. Try to grab the pot as soon as you can, which a few frames where you didn't grab it. It's hard, I know. Try not to nudge here, but that's also hard. And then you can not really see Link's shadow at the top here, but just kind of get used to it. I think you can kind of see it right here. Yeah, so you're good to dash down now, right? You've walked a little bit too far here. So you can kind of see the shadow, but you do want to not dash. You want to dash kind of aligned with this spot. And you can tell you're slow because you shouldn't get hit. But if you do get hit, you really want to get hit by the bottom of this and not the top. Right? So Just something to work on. And then, yeah, cardinal, ever you're leaving. If you don't get the one frame, you have to align with the door. I actually don't know the dashes here, so great job. It's a room I've said I'm going to learn for 2 years and never have. If you're going to arrow, I feel like you're deciding what you're trying to do here. If you're going to arrow, stay above the conveyor. Right, just stay up here. And you're not close enough to slash. So maybe you were thinking you were going to slash, and then you thought better of it. But in general, what I see is like, I fire the arrow, and my eye is drawn to these two. And I see up, and I think slash, and I see down, and I think arrow. So in my mind, as soon as I see this on the screen, I'm already thinking I'm arrowing the Stalfos. Unless I get super lucky and he walks up, but... So because of that, I would stay above the conveyor here. But nice dash out. Be careful not to walk on the conveyor here. Like, because you don't want to get carried to the left, really is going to mess you up, right? So this is going to work, but just be careful. Nice RNG. Make sure to dash out when you get that RNG, because it is faster. So like here, by the time you've aligned with the door, start your dash. You don't have to worry about anything. Although, maybe you were getting a little nervous or something, I'm not sure. It's hard. You do want to dash out there. Yeah, this looks like being nervous. Because make sure to slash to the right here. Which we are doing. And then we turn down. Not sure why. Maybe just conveyor shenanigans. But yeah, make sure to all slash to the right. Just in case. D-pad. Okay. And then we started this dash just a touch late, maybe because we're thinking about the D-pad screwing us, right? But you want to start it about there. So it was a little bit late. Yeah, I see that. Good cancel though, recognition, and solid cleanup. I want to check. Okay, that's fine. If you're walking left to bait the beam, you just need to walk to like here, and then you can dash out. You don't need to walk all the way left like this and then come back. Just have to walk like just past the door. And also because it's a suction door, you can like basically be anywhere in the room and you won't bonk. So you don't even have to be close. Like if you right here where you turn down, you could probably dash out, honestly. Because it's a suction door. One thing you can do here, which D-pad shenanigans, this slash is definitely going to connect, so switch to down left. So you start moving back left here. I don't know if we try or if we're just... Yeah, we're not trying. Right. So make sure to switch back to down left when you know it's going to connect. Or like if it's down here, up left or whatever, right? Was played? I'm pretty okay with this. Keep in mind that this is like the 4th spot. There's 8 columns, right? And this is like the 4th column. So technically this last worm is more likely to go right than it is to go left. So if you're gonna... I realize we're baiting the fireball a bit there, but it might be worthwhile to try to bait it or to move to the right a little bit after the fact. And also it's in like the... the third row up from the bottom. So it's most likely going to go up, right? But yeah, good job there. And we know about dashing right here as the 8th head is exploding. Or it's exploding. Or maybe you just don't care because it saves like 5 frames. Mess it up too much. Okay, that's fine. Might be something to practice. Here, this is like 6 frames. I know you were holding down right for a bit there, but there's like 6 frames. You only need 2, right? So you can cancel start like a bit better there. Save you a little bit of movement. Yeah. Okay, that dash saves like 5 frames. I'm super bad at this room. If you get the 1 cycle, it's fine. If you get like 435s or 4 3x, it's good. This is too far, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, this is on the conveyor, right? So you're going to get a slow dash up. Make sure not to be on the conveyor, but otherwise it's... I think if you're 1 pixel left of that, it's a pretty good pixel, I think. I suck at this room too. I mean, this room's hard. One thing is, like we talked about in Desert Torches, you can be pretty far away, right? And light them. Like, this is really close, closer than you need to be. Something else you can do is walk up the right side here and like outside or something, but that's hard. And you were just barely too slow, so pretty good overall. Just also recognize that when you get to here, the fire bar needs to be completely off of this section for you to make the lamp dash work. If it's even on this a little bit, you're gonna get hit like you did here. And you can probably lamp dash like right there. So you're walking a little bit far left. Good. Not doing the understrat, that's fine. Understrat messes up just as much as you get it. You're snapping to the door, so just continue to hold up left until you get to the door and snap into it. Something happened with the dash here, I don't know what. Or do you non-dash? I guess you didn't even dash, so it's fine. Be careful here. You are good here. As long as you're to the left side of this skull, which I use the menu to check, then you're good. So at this spot right here, you're good to just throw the skull and hook down. You don't want to come back to the right much. And you definitely don't want to, like, wiggle, right? Right, left, right, right, left. Right, don't wiggle. You can also, when you're throwing this pot, if you move 1 pixel to the right, you'll grab the magic. And so that'll save you having to walk further left. You don't want to walk like a full tile to the right like you did. I respect the hook strat. I love the hook strat. I have to say here, this has been a good GT because 549 Moldorm kill, or 550, whatever this is pretty good. It's good pace. Okay, looks like we know the cue. Nice, that's great. Doesn't get better than that. Nice. Do you mean to hook this guy and not extend the hook shot fully? I'm pretty sure you do. Right? Okay. So just make sure you're on this top conveyor first before you hook to the left. But yeah. All right. You know what you're doing. Try not to nudge. Good. We're holding up in that room. Excellent. I'm trying to save like 2 lag frames. I love it. What is this pattern? This pattern's so easy. No. Oh, yo-ho. You need to make sure, this is something you did in other places too. You don't like move as much in between things as you really should. So here, try to get a bit closer to this guy. Because you want to leave yourself space to walk down. And so like here, what you should be thinking is, I'm going to spin, walk down, slash up, right? Like as soon as you see this. And so we do the spin, which is great. We did not need to back off for the spin. I know you're trying to bait this one, but you don't want to bait it further down, right? You want to bait it up so you can walk down and hit it up. And then we're kind of just waiting, right? For no real reason. We already know we need to walk down at this point. So make sure you're like buffering a down input out of the spin so that you can walk down. And then if you had done that, you would have gotten all 3 here for sure. Okay, good. What a cool boss. Just try to be... Because they are not aligned, right? Try to draw a straight line like this in your head. So it's a little bit better for you to be off center here. Like on this right here. When you align over the center like this, of course they explode into 6 and they explode vertically like this. So you just are putting yourself in a bit more danger. Which is unfortunate. The other option in this case is to stand down here below this guy, which is nice. Anytime the fakes spawn on this row at the bottom, you can stand below them and still spin. So I probably would have actually stood below here and spun up into both of them. And that probably was a little bit safer. Okay, so this is the danger of slashing early. You don't know where they're going, right? Like you have no information here. You're gonna move slower with your sword out, right? So this is why spins can be rough, because you don't really understand what you're trying to do, but you've already committed to doing something, right? So yeah, you get a little boned because these are short warps, which is hard to deal with. But what you should notice is he's coming to the left, the real Aghanim, so you should be coming to the right, like this, if you're gonna spin. If you're gonna slash, you can kind of do whatever, come to the right, come over here and adjust to this, whatever. But you do put yourself in a pretty tough position when you start your spin this early. That's something to be aware of. And then, yeah, like you don't have enough time to react to this, right? Because the warps are so short and you're like trying to decide where to go. I will be surprised if this hits. If this connects, you're gaming. Okay, good job. Oh, that's unfortunate. And because this is the 3rd cycle, right? You do want to be... It's easier to be horizontal with Aghanim as opposed to vertical, right? So in this case, of course, you're reacting and you're like deciding between it, but over here or over here would have been your best bets. Really over here was probably better. So just keep that in mind. Phase cycles 2, 3, 5, no, 2, 3, 6, 7. Although hopefully you never get to 7th cycle. You want to be horizontal as much as possible, or like offset. So Aghanim's here, come down and over. Cycles 1, 4, 5. It doesn't matter, do what you want. But yeah, and because you hit it into the other clone, just something else you can't really anticipate because you were charging your spin early. It's hard to react now because these are going to come at the same time, right? Or almost the same time. But now this is the 4th one, and I think you need 2 hits, right? So easy. But I think a lot of this was because you committed to doing spins a little bit too early. And yeah, slashing is pretty tough, but yeah. This was good. This is a gold with a 4-cycle. This was a good GT. Cannon fight probably gonna go well. I hope. I guess it has to. We're only gonna lose 4 seconds on this. I always hate Ganon as a meme. Do you find yourself getting hit by the bats frequently? Walk up this way. Up left over here. And as always, can't type, dude. Yeah, you can go for 2 on that one. I hate going for 2 on any top RNG, but if you had, you would have missed that spin anyways, so who really cares? Like that. You thought about doing it from the side here and you see he's coming up here. This is good to recognize you can come over here and fight it and make your life easy. I like it. Nice fight. Good stuff. Alright. So I hope you have at least something to take away from this. Cool. Nice run.